today. Morning, Paul. The silver goes to ambient. And the bronze to Geezer. Morning. Coffin Ball, my money was on you this morning. Came in out of the money. I don't think Ryan Day is coaching for his job this weekend. I thought the Michigan game was all that mattered, guys.
All right.
Boy, look how easy it is for people to start drinking the Kool-Aid. Yeah, that was a hell of a product last night, huh?
Wow. Put me asleep.
Well, ambient, we tried to say last night that the Jets' schedule is doable. And outside of at Buffalo.
Are the Texans a bit of a fraud?
Well, C.J. Stroud called them out afterwards. They were also down. I mean, be curious what they're like in 10 days. Yeah, Geezer, a lot of it's their own doing, though. Ambient, I don't know how. I mean, the Texans are going to be division champs. They're going to be a top 4 seed. I don't know how that helps you, but
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this Football Friday.
Football Friday.
How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Also happens to be the first day of November. Top of the morning to you, Mark. How was Halloween?
It was fantastic. Trick-or-treating was great. The whole family was dressed up for the first time ever. The daughter had been guilting both mother and father into wearing a costume for a while, and we succumbed to the pressure this year. So the whole family was dressed up. We did the whole neighborhood. The chariot did not make it, however.
What?
Well, in order for me to get my golf cart from my mom's at the golf course community where the cart stays to my house, I got to take it through a neighborhood. And you got to have a clicker to get through that neighborhood. And I had acquired a clicker illegally. It looks as if they changed the gate code on me.
Oh, no.
And I couldn't get the cart through. I probably could have gone through, asked a few people and got let in and done a lot of work, but I bagged it. And so we had to hoof it. The daughter did not have her chariot. She was not very happy early on, but managed to make a big haul. I will say when you go solo as a kid, you get a lot more candy than if you go in a group as a kid.
Totally.
She made the decision a couple of years ago to bag the cute little pumpkin candy holder in lieu of the pillowcase.
There you go.
Key factor into getting lots of candy is that pillowcase, and she had that thing hauled over her shoulder like it was a sack of potatoes by the end of the night.
I think also a calculated decision. Do you go early to mid-evening or do you go mid to late evening for this reason? If you go early to mid-evening, you never come upon a house that has run out of candy. However, if you go mid to later in the evening, while yes, you can come to a house that is like, sorry, I don't have much left or I don't have anything left. All right. But you oftentimes get to houses that have a ton left and they're like, here, and all of a sudden they just start filling up your pillowcase and you're like, absolutely. In fact, can we come in and sip coffee?
Yeah, only one house had booze this year. A little disappointed. Usually there's a few more houses that have things for the adults, but there were Jell-O shots at one house, so I was impressed with their work.
Nice.
Wife even had a Jell-O shot. I was impressed.
Ooh, she was feeling it.
Yeah.
Must have been the costume.
Exactly.
See? It's that whole, put a woman in a Halloween costume.
Exactly. Cinderella was doing Jell-O shots.
and as young men grow older, that's the kind of Cinderella we're looking for. But
You're damn right. You're damn right, David.
Well, it's good. I'm glad you had fun and what have you. Not a single knock on the door.
Not one.
Not one.
Were you prepared for one? Was there candy if there would have been one?
We did not purchase Halloween candy per se, but there is chocolate in the house. Okay, so we could have said, hold on 1 second, and just gone for about a 5-second walk and grabbed a handful of stuff and come back and said, here you go. Because the wife's into her chocolate. I mean, there's 1 to 2 bowls of chocolate that are always on the kitchen table. Always.
Man, that would be dangerous for me. Because I can avoid it for a while, but when I dive in, it's over.
Okay.
I'm not stopping at 1, if you know what I mean. It's like it's like
exactly.
Let's go.
No, I get you. Oftentimes it's Hershey Kisses, but sometimes it's also like, the little squares and what have you. Every now and then it's mints.
The Hershey Kiss is such a tease because there's a lot of work to get the wrapper off of the Hershey Kiss. You can't go full throttle with those things. I mean, you're constantly unwrapping and eating, unwrapping and eating, unwrapping and eating. It's a difficult chocolate to pound, if you know what I mean.
I found, though, that it becomes an easy chocolate to pound for this reason. You put so much effort into just getting 1 or 2 you might as well, now that I got it going and I've got a bit of a rhythm as to how to open these, okay, I might as well do 7, 8, 11, 14. Let's go.
Yes. Yes, I'm
So
with you, but it's all about the rhythm, David.
I understand. And I have to admit, we live in a condo building where it's 3 floors and it's 8 condos to a floor. I mean, this to me, like we talked about it yesterday, would be perfect. Perfect to just, hit. I mean, you just, boom, you go right down the road, knocking on doors. On the elevator, go to another floor. Boom, 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 boom. Another floor. Boom, 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 boom. Thank you very much. And then you're out of here. You've hit 24 doors. And let's go. Rocking and rolling. But not a knock on the door. Because like I said, I think the youngest person in the building, Ben next door, I think is like 34. So, there you go.
And Ben didn't go with the costume this year?
Didn't even see Ben. I think Ben pulled the JP Shadrick, JP who said, yeah, I'm going to make sure I work till about 6:30 and then I might have to hit a watering hole. Okay. For a couple hours, make sure I get home around 9.
Yeah. JP was anti-Halloween.
It really was. Which, is unlike JP in this sense. JP likes a good time. I can attest to that. JP's good at it, even. So, but wasn't feeling it on Halloween. So, in our Twitch chat room, someone making fun of me because over the years, I have talked at great length about how, I lived in the same house for 22 years in Fort Myers and basically didn't know the people who lived around me, except for, one neighbor that we had to our left. I liked him and her a lot. But just because I know the name of the person next to me doesn't mean that I regularly converse with them. Okay, that's just on and off the elevator. Hey, how's it going? Good. He's a golfer. So, we've had also our parking spots are right next to one another. So occasionally it's like, where'd you play today?
That's pretty neighborly of you, David.
Well,
within 10, 12 years, you two might even break bread.
I don't know. That seems unlikely. That seems like a whole lot of effort. It's kind of like you with the Hershey Kisses. It's just, I don't know. But so there you have it. Hope everybody, for those that partook in one way or another, I hope that Halloween worked out for you. And boy, how about that first half of Jets Texans, huh?
Ooh-wee.
That was quite the trick because it certainly wasn't a treat. Man, oh man. Had to stick with one last night for a while before it to pay a little dividends. So don't know how many of you did. Whew, man. But
I have to admit, I was dozing hard.
So were the teams.
After a walk around the neighborhood, a couple of drinks, and a couple of chocolates, that was about it for me.
I don't blame you at all. But, Vegas had the Jets favored. And all week we were like, man, they're smarter than the rest of us. I guess this whole Thursday night road thing's going to jump up and rear its ugly head and digs out. And,
and they're back, David. The Jets are back.
Oh, they sure are. And Al Michaels, summed it up at the end. He talked with Aaron Rodgers, and they can run the table on this thing. Don't you kid yourself. I mean, don't think for a second. This is the beginning. I think with certain teams, Bengals, Jets, Dolphins, tell you what, get to 500.
I was going to say, call me in a month.
Get to 500.
Let's see what it's like come Thanksgiving. And then we can make another assessment. Right. But until then, you're not on my radar.
Yeah. In the Jets case, you started at 2-6. All right. I tell you what, even get to 5-6. And then I'll find you interesting. But come on now. Miami, beat a good team. Beat Buffalo this Sunday. Okay. Now we're talking. Jacksonville at 2-6. Go into Philly, beat the Eagles. Okay. All right. Now we'll keep paying attention. Now you're worth talking about. But otherwise, come on. We're done with you. I mean, if you think about it, the Raiders are 2-6. How many of you want us talking about the Raiders? Exactly.
Not a single soul. But again, the Aaron Rodgers factor at quarterback, you see flashes of
Yeah.
Aaron Rodgers, and you go, oh, see, look
Yeah.
at that.
Yeah. And let's face it, they only have one very good team left on their schedule at Buffalo. I mean, every other game is quote unquote winnable, but so are all the games that they just lost to start 2-6. So, they haven't earned our faith, haven't earned our trust, and quite frankly, are not worthy of our attention. But they were the only thing on TV last night. So, they had that benefit. This could be the last Jets prime time game for a while, I think. This could spare America.
Are you sure?
I believe they're getting flexed out of a Sunday night football game that they were scheduled to play in a few weeks. I believe the Jets were scheduled next Sunday. No, 2 Sundays from now. On the 17th, the Jets are scheduled to host the Colts on Sunday Night Football. I think they're getting flexed out for Steelers-Ravens.
I would make that move, although the AARP crowd with Flacco and Rodgers there might be more interested in that game.
Well, that is true, Mark. That is true. Combined age of the quarterbacks right around 80. But otherwise, the Jets, Cardinals, Seahawks, Dolphins, Jags, Rams, Bills, and then end the season with the Dolphins. None of those games are scheduled to be primetime games right now. They would have to vault and be drawn into a Sunday night or even Monday night football situation. I don't see it happening unless they get on the roll. At which point, okay. But until they get on that roll, let's pump the brakes.
But a win last night over Houston. Houston down 2 receivers, got sacked. What did C.J. Stroud get sacked 8 times last night?
And remember, when he played the Jets last year, he got a concussion. I mean, the Jets are 2-0 against C.J. Stroud. They've beaten him up both times. Miller and Moulton. We'll switch our attention to college football on the other side. Lee Sterling at the top of the hour.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times. But Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever and are steadily adding affiliates. Yet, we only have a few sponsors, and if that doesn't change, we cannot continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or by contacting me on X at @MarkMiller or David at @TheDavidMoulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When you enter the Diamond District, you will quickly discover what makes Jason and Todd so unique to Southwest Florida. Within the walls of the Diamond District, you'll find many of America's top jewelry designers who have chosen the Diamond District as their authorized representative in Southwest Florida. Takori, Fana, A. Jaffe, Veragio, Christopher Designs, Shy Creations, Henri Dossi, all names synonymous with excellence and all proudly showcased at the Diamond District.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I hope my good week continues. I had Tulane last night. I had the Lightning the night before that.
I had the Jets last night.
Yeah.
I did have the Yankees in Game 5, though.
Almost took South Florida tonight.
I am. Good, Mongo. Yeah, ambient. Might as well just take that money and put it under your mattress. They didn't lose the touchdown. They gave it away. I mean, what the hell was he thinking?
It is the play in which I'd cut a guy for.
Totally.
They run a perfect play. The guy's in by yards, and he's dropping the ball. What?
Not only that, it would have been his first ever touchdown. What the hell? Who is it? Corley?
That who it was?
The receiver for the Jets. They ran a reverse, wide open, running it in, touchdown, and he showboats and drops the ball as he's crossing the goal line. Doesn't cross the goal line and drop the ball in the end zone. Literally drops the ball as he's, on the one. Yeah, totally.
What are they doing? Running all these flipping promos over my show. Come on.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Lee Sterling at the top of the hour. Pat Kirwan at the top of the 8 o'clock Eastern hour. Ohio State, Penn State, Florida, Georgia. Pitt, SMU, kind of headlining the week in college football. Ohio State, Penn State early. It's the big noon game on Fox. Some people are bent out of shape about that. I don't get it. Where have you been the last few years? Fox has a big game at noon darn near every week if they can. That's kind of their thing. CBS established 3:30. ABC, ESPN, and now NBC with the Big Ten. They're trying to do their primetime thing. ABC, ESPN's trying to grab 3:30 away from CBS, and with the SEC, they'll do that. But, noon's, that's Fox's thing. I mean, where'd you think they were going to play this game?
Yeah, Penn State people obviously wanted it at night so they can have their whiteout and all of those things. But
Right.
this is a shut up and cash the check, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, between Fox and CBS and NBC, they give about $1 billion a year to the Big Ten to divvy up accordingly. Yeah, you're damn right. Shut up and cash the check. Besides, doesn't matter when you play. It's a big game. Come on. And besides, if you're Penn State, win the damn game. Do you care when it's played?
You win the game, you may never want to play another night game against the Buckeyes ever again. You may say, you know what, this noon thing's working for us.
Maybe it's because when they got Ohio State 8 years ago at night, they blocked the field goal, returned it for the touchdown. It's the last time they've beaten the Buckeyes. But heading into the season, who has Penn State been able to beat in recent years? Everyone not named Michigan and Ohio State. Well, I don't think they have Michigan on the schedule this year.
That's correct.
And Penn State's unbeaten. And who's on the schedule this week? Ohio State. And Ohio State's favored. Penn State's unbeaten. And Ohio State's favored by a field goal.
Love it to be 3.5 for the record.
Okay. I thought it was down to 3 this morning.
No, it's 3. I said I would love it to be at 3.5.
And it was for most of the week.
I know.
But now it's down to 3. Who knows if there's another half-point movement in the next 30 hours. But here's my question. Is this a case where maybe the first time all year that the 12-team playoff makes this much less of a game than it would have been in previous years?
I think so, but if Penn State wins, that gives Ohio State a second loss, and it puts Ohio State in a spot where they can't afford any other losses if they want to play in the postseason.
True. Now, you could also argue it's a spot in the Big Ten title game, potentially. If Ohio State wins, then they and Penn State will each have a conference loss, but Ohio State obviously will have the tiebreaker. Ohio State hosts Indiana 3 weeks down the road, so they can take care of that team, which is currently ahead of them in the standings also. So the Buckeyes, control their whole run here. But Mark, what you said is interesting, and I don't think any of us are really taking Indiana seriously enough to beat the likes of Ohio State. But imagine if Penn State can get it done. Then the Buckeyes' last 2 games of the regular season will be Indiana, who has a chance to be 10-0 when they go to Columbus. They've never been 9-0. They have a chance to do that tomorrow if they can get by your Spartans. And they're getting their quarterback back for the game. But yeah, the Buckeyes then, the playoffs for Ohio State will literally begin Sunday if they lose to Penn State tomorrow.
That's what I'm most interested in this game because Ohio State's down to their 3rd string left tackle.
Mm-hmm.
That's a big deal. You don't have depth on the offensive line anymore in the NIL world, in the transfer portal world. As Bud Elliott was saying, if you're a player that has any kind of a pulse on the offensive line, you're going somewhere where you can play. So even Ohio State, with the highest salary cap in college football, has a hole in their offensive line.
And Penn State has 2 terrific edge rushers. So you figure Ohio State is going to have to provide help for their left tackle most of the game because Penn State's got a couple of different guys they can line up against them, and it's a potential mismatch.
How many explosive plays can the Buckeyes get? They had 2 big ones against Nebraska. They needed them. Without that, their offense was stagnant up until the last drive of the game. But they have great receivers. So to stop Ohio State from having explosive plays seems unlikely just given the talent on the field, David?
That is the game within the game, and I don't know how Fox is going to televise the game, but the game within the game that is big time is Penn State's defense is very aggressive, and Penn State defensively prefers to play man-to-man. They're not good actually playing zone. They're an aggressive bump and run man-to-man defensive team. And as you mentioned, Mark, against the Ohio State receiving corps. I mean, Penn State against USC, they played zone early. USC tore them up. Penn State, to get back into the game, went after the quarterback and went man. And it helped get some stops and get them back in the game. Are they going to be that aggressive against Ohio State? Because as you mentioned, Mark, that's the best way to give up big plays, is to be that aggressive. You can make big plays, but you can give them up. Or do they say to Will Howard and that Ohio State offense, yeah, we don't think you have a lot of 12-play drives in you. Knock yourself out.
Boy, when Nebraska got a little soft on that last drive, Ohio State showed they can carve you up if you play in zone, though.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they can just carve you up.
I mean, I think Penn State has to play to their strength. I think what they may have to do, though, is they may have to have another safety back there. You know, go man across and have two safeties back, not one. And kind of look at Ohio State and say, you might want to run the ball because we might have one less guy in the box than normally we'd have. So knock yourself out.
And Ohio State struggled running the ball the last couple of games, so we'll see how that little game within the game goes as well, David. But Penn State has to show the ability to keep up offensively with Ohio State, and I don't know if they can.
When they needed points against USC, they could get them, but USC is a 4-4 team. A talented one, but a 4-4 team. Drew Aller, Penn State, at home. James Franklin has beaten the Buckeyes once. Nittany Lion fans think he hasn't won a big game in 7 years. Can he win one? I mean, hey, if Penn State beats Ohio State, you leapfrog Georgia? Do you put Oregon, Penn State as the top two teams in the country? If Penn State beats Ohio State, you put them number 2?
I would have no problem with that. I would still rank Georgia 2, but I would have no problem someone putting Penn State being undefeated. That donut still has to mean something, David.
I'm curious, if you're Indiana, you rooting for Ohio State to lose so that you can finish ahead of them in the standings? You could potentially finish no worse than 3rd? Or are you rooting for Ohio State to win so that if by chance you lose to Ohio State, you're losing to the, quote, best team possible you can lose to, if you know what I mean?
Indiana needs to just worry about getting through Michigan State before they start worrying about who wins or loses on Saturday.
I agree with that. The starting 5 is next. Lee Sterling to follow at the top of the hour on Miller and Moulton.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
At Physical Therapy and Balance Centers, our goal is to help you love your life. When your life is sidelined by an injury, dizziness, surgery, or condition keeping you from doing what you love, we're here to help you heal and feel your best. Our therapist evaluation will determine the root cause of your health challenges, resulting in a unique treatment plan customized just for you. Visit www.physical.com to find your nearest location and see how we can help you love your life.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world famous cigar bar.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Am I playing the Breeders' Cup? No, I'm not making any bets. I've not really followed it. I'll see who won the 2-year-old race and go from there. The answer, DC, should be never.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes until the top of the hour. Lee Sterling will join us at that moment in time. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks so much for being with us. Not the busiest sports night last night, but a few interesting tidbits. So let's get to it. Time now for
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is The Starting Five.
Thursday night football. Road teams are starting to have trouble, even if they come in with a much better record. Jets had lost 5 in a row. They were 2-6, trailed 7-0 at the half, getting booed off the field, chance of sell the team. Aaron Rodgers, 3 touchdowns in the second half, 2 of them to Garrett Wilson. 1 could go down as the catch of the year. Jets beat the Texans 21-13. C.J. Stroud with an Anthony Richardson-type performance, 11 for 30, sacked 8 times. We did tell you Joe Mixon probably was going to have a big game. He rushed for 106 yards and a touchdown. So here's some of the other NFL news. Jordan Love was asked, hey, looks like you're not going to practice all week. Is it realistic for you to not practice all week but still play Sunday against the Lions? He said, oh, yeah. So to me, that's a tell as to who's going to be the quarterback for the Packers Sunday against the Lions. Detroit favored by 2.5 in the game of the week in the NFL, first place in the NFC North on the line. Puka Nacua re-injured his knee at practice. Rams saying it's nothing serious, just aggravated it, and they think he'll be fine. But he missed time with the knee injury, so it's worth paying attention to. Hall of Fame news, Mark, in football. I want your feedback on this. So they've now broken it down into players, senior category, a coaching category, and a contributor category. So the coaches and the contributors are not having to compete against players. One coach will get nominated. One contributor will get nominated. And then when the Hall of Fame committee votes, they'll just decide whether or not they're going to give 75% or more or 80% or more to the coach or to the contributor. So they had 14 coaching semifinalists. They narrowed them down to 9 finalists. One of these 9 will get nominated for the Hall of Fame. They'll decide that in about 3 weeks. Of these 9, who would be your guy, if you will? You've got Super Bowl champion head coaches in Tom Coughlin, Mike Holmgren, Mike Shanahan, George Seifert. You've got 2 of the 10 winningest coaches of all time in Marty Schottenheimer and Dan Reeves. You've got Chuck Knox, who took 3 different teams to the playoffs and was a hell of a coach. Legendary defensive assistant Bill Arnsparger and Clark Shaughnessy. Now, I don't think Shaughnessy or Arnsparger have a shot. And I don't think Chuck Knox has much of one either, going up against coaches who have won Super Bowls and Schottenheimer and Reeves, who won more games than him. So of the 6, Coughlin, Shanahan, Seifert all won 2 Super Bowls. Holmgren won a Super Bowl. Schottenheimer and Reeves, top 10 all-time in wins. More wins than the other 4.
Wow, David. That is so hard.
Yes. Yes, it is.
I like that they moved it away from the players so that 5 players get in and the coaches aren't taking a spot there. I think that's a great move.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Schottenheimer?
Right. I mean, which one are you going to go with? Are we going to split the hair of the coaches who won Super Bowls? And then 3 of them each won 2? So are you splitting the hair between Coughlin, Shanahan, and Seifert? Are we going to go the guys who won the most games? But, I mean, Reeves got to what, 4 Super Bowls with 2 different teams, but never won one?
That is really hard.
I agree. I actually think at least 6 of those 9 are Hall of Famers. You know how sometimes we talk about the backlog at positions with players? I think we've got a coaching backlog here. Never mind the fact that, we got a couple here. I mean, possibly if Pete Carroll never coaches again, if Belichick never coaches again, How about this? The contributor category. Same deal, but there's a big 4, if you will, in the contributor category. And once again, only one gets nominated. Bud Adams, former Oilers and Titans owner. Art Modell, obviously very controversial. Art Rooney Jr. and Robert Kraft. It is a great mystery as to why it is that Robert Kraft's candidacy has never taken hold. I mean, seriously, if you're going to put an owner in, how could you not put in Kraft? But he's not in. And he hasn't really gotten close either.
And Jera's in.
Exactly.
Wow.
Uh-huh. Yep. So November 19th is when they'll push forward the contributor and the coach to become, those that get voted on in January. College football last night. Tulane won and covered against Charlotte, as Mark said they would, 34-3. Tulane, Army, and Navy all unbeaten in the AAC. Tonight, 3 games for you to pay attention to. One of them is South Florida at FAU. 7:30 on ESPN2. The Bulls, a 2.5-point road favorite. By the way, Michigan lost a quarterback commit last night. Carter Smith, a 4-star recruit out of Fort Myers. He plays at Bishop Moreau High School. Since Michigan has gone all public with wooing Bryce Underwood, who's the number 1 quarterback prospect in the class, who's committed to LSU verbally, but he plays his high school ball 20 minutes from where Michigan plays their college ball. Michigan very public in their recruitment of Bryce Underwood, so Carter Smith is decommitted from Michigan. Boy, the Wolverines better get Bryce Underwood, because that's a 4-star recruit who was their backup plan, who just said, I'm going somewhere else. Indiana quarterback Curtis Rourke had surgery 10 days ago. He's going to play tomorrow at Michigan State. Mark, what do the Hoosiers and the Spartans play for?
Oh, that's the old brass spittoon.
Yes, it is, Mark. Congratulations. We could do Jeopardy and just go what,
Big Ten trophies for 400, Alex.
Thank you. And the Gators have ruled out starting wide receiver Eugene Wilson and quarterback Jason Marshall for the game tomorrow against the Dogs. Money's coming in on the Gators in a big way. That line's moved a couple points this week, down to around 14.5. Gators are underdogs. Baseball. So St. Pete's going to spend $6.5 million to clean up the Trop. Not to repair the Trop, but to clean up the Trop. As for repairs, well, there's already quite a debate going on amongst the St. Pete City Council. I mean, we're tearing the sucker down, right? How much are we going to spend? And then how much insurance money's coming in? And how quickly will it come in? Right. Speaking of money, John Fisher, owner of the A's, pledged $1 billion last night to the Las Vegas project. The stadium is supposed to cost between 1.3 and 1.5 billion. He pledged $1 billion. They still don't have the votes in Vegas. Just so you know, David Sampson has warned us about this for over a year. And the Braves, first minute they could, they sent Jorge Soler to the Angels for a right-handed starting pitcher, Griffin Canning. They unload a bunch of salary. They needed Soler when Acuna got hurt, but Acuna's coming back, so they don't need Soler. NBA, Milwaukee's 1-4. This Doc Rivers thing has worked out great.
He can coach. I'm telling you.
Just ask him.
Right.
Yep. 122.99. Ja Morant from Memphis with 26 points, 14 assists, 10 rebounds. Did you see the alley-oop he had last night? He was sitting on the ground and threw the alley-oop. Tremendous. Houston held on against Dallas. Nearly blew a 16-point lead, but beat the Mavs in Dallas, 108-102. Utah still the only winless team. We had a Wembanyama sighting last night. Finally. 25 points, 9 rebounds for Wemby. Spurs beat the Jazz by 18.
Bunch of blocks and steals, too. He had one of those, 5-and-5 category games that says steals, blocks.
This just in. He finally decided to play within 10 feet of the basket. He'd been hanging out at the three-point line all year. With that size, dude, get below the free throw line, will you? And Phoenix is 4-1. Booker at 40. They were down 21 and rallied to beat the Clippers 125-119. 7 games in the NHL last night. William Nylander, 2 goals for the Leafs. They beat the Kraken 4-1. Flyers have won 2 in a row, 2-1 over the Brews. Pittsburgh, Sid with both goals, including the winner in overtime. Penguins 2-1 over Anaheim. Ovechkin, a goal and 2 helpers. That's number 858 for Ovi. What's he, 36 now behind Gretzky?
You're going to need this year and next year at least.
6-3 Caps are off to a 7-2 start over Les Habitants. Carolina scored 3 goals in 52 seconds in the first period, 2 of them on the power play, and a goal in between. So think about it. They were on a power play, scored, then scored an even strength goal, then somehow got on the power play again and scored. 3 goals, 52 seconds, and beat Boston 8-2. Draisaitl 2 goals. McDavid's still out. Edmonton 5-1 over Nashville. And don't look now, the San Jose Sharks, last team to win a game in the league, have won 3 in a row. They beat the Blackhawks 3-2. And we didn't talk about this. It happened a couple days ago, but I held it until it was a slower sports day. We got a couple minutes here. Did you hear the changes that are being proposed on the PGA Tour? Not for next year, but they're going to vote on it soon, and they will go into effect for the 2026 season. A, they're going to reduce the size of fields by 12. They're tired of too many first and second rounds not finishing, so they're going to reduce tournaments from 155 or 156 to 144. But, Mark, they're going to reduce the Players' Championship from 144 to 120. Wow. That's 1/6 of the field of the players they're going to wipe out. They're going to reduce how many guys get to keep their card. You finish 125 on the FedEx list, you keep your card. They're going to go, how about top 100? So it's going to be harder to keep your card. Then, if you're on the Corn Ferry Tour, it's going to be harder to get your card because right now 30 of you get your card. They're going to reduce that to 20. And they're all but going to eliminate the Monday qualifier.
Pretty much. That's the saddest part of all of this to me, David.
And for that matter, they're also going to make it stricter on sponsor exemptions. That instead of just giving your exemption out to whoever the heck you want, they're going to force the sponsors to take a look at the points list and, give it to the, quote, most worthy golfers who didn't qualify for your field. Which I have to admit, for what they're asking the sponsors to pony up, if I'm the sponsor, I'm like, yeah, I got 2 or 3 or 4 of these. I'm giving them to whoever I want. Got it?
I'm totally with you.
I'm giving $20+ million. Shut up and cash a check. But very interesting how the PGA Tour, trying to make it just an even tighter, smaller community.
More money for fewer people.
Which, quite frankly, goes against everything the PGA Tour has stuck out their chest and pounded it about for the last 70 years. I wonder why they're doing this.
I have no idea, David. You'd almost think there's a rival golf tour that has changed the rules a little bit.
That has a ton of money and smaller fields.
Yeah.
7 minutes before the hour. That was The starting five. Five big stories you need to know here on Miller and Moulton. It is Breeders' Cup weekend. And if our phones were working, all right, we'd talk a little horse racing. But they're not working. So the people we normally have on to talk horse racing, we can't get on the show. So our apologies. But today and tomorrow, the Breeders' Cup.
It's in California, right?
I believe so. So there. Better.
I'll look at the results of the juvenile. See who won the 2-year-old. Start prepping for the Derby. Pat Kirwan in a little more than an hour. When we come back, Lee Sterling will make his picks against the number, and then David and I will do the same. We thank you so much for listening on a Football Friday to Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever, are steadily adding affiliates, yet we only have a few sponsors. And if that doesn't change, we can't continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or contact Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
At Physical Therapy and Balance Centers, our goal is to help you love your life. When your life is sidelined by an injury, dizziness, surgery, or condition keeping you from doing what you love, we're here to help you heal and feel your best. Our therapist evaluation will determine the root cause of your health challenges, resulting in a unique treatment plan customized just for you. Visit www.physical.com to find your nearest location and see how we can help you love your life.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Oh, crap.
Hey, Lee.
He can't hear you. Morning, Lee.
Everything good with you guys?
Everything's good. How about you?
Great. Got the Jets big last night, which helps. It's always nice to come in on Friday morning when you win on Thursday night. That crazy. How many plays? Someone was asking me, how many plays this year do you think in college and pro football has a player dropped the ball?
I've seen like 3.
Florida game 2 weeks ago, too. Okay.
It's ridiculous.
What's the other one that comes to mind?
Well, he didn't drop it, but they gave Pitts of Atlanta a touchdown last week when he didn't have possession of it going across the line, but he didn't drop it.
Right. Okay.
Thought there was a West Coast game. I saw it.
Can you imagine if you did that with Don Shula or something like that?
Well, Tyrann Mathieu did it in an SEC championship game on a punt return, and they didn't catch it.
Right. I remember that one. But can you imagine some of these coaches, like Vince Lombardi, if you did that?
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on a Football Friday.
Football Friday.
Pat Kirwan to join us 1 hour from now, but this is the day and time when Lee Sterling joins us. He of Paramount Sports, ParamountSports.com, 800-400-9741 is how you reach Lee. Winning record on our show, winning record with his game of the week, and that's just picking what we want him to pick. Never mind when he gets to decide the games that he wants to pick, in which he's doing a hell of a lot better than that. So 800-400-9741, ParamountSports.com. Lee, how are you?
I'm good. Can't complain. Wish I had more trick-or-treaters last night. Probably put on 2 or 3 pounds watching the second half of the game. I had the Jets and worrying and eating all the candy kids didn't come by and get. I load them up. Let me tell you something. I had full-size Snickers, Baby Ruths, and Reese's Pieces.
Ooh.
Wow.
Yeah.
And they were getting more than one if they weren't showing up with a lot of people. You were probably you were just doling out the candy last night.
The last crew that came through, I think 4 or 5 kids, they got three full-size candy bars. That's $5 right now.
Exactly. Big spender. I know where I'm taking my kid trick-or-treating next year.
Exactly. I'm surprised.
Well, they have a safe area about 2 blocks from us where it's all blocked off, and there's probably hundreds or thousands of kids go. But yeah, I like seeing the kids all dressed up having fun.
All right. Well, listen, you got to spread the word. I don't know, a little social media advertising next year. Send out the address and say,
I
listen,
was working till 7:30.
big ass candy
Yeah.
bars
Yeah.
but all right. Hey,
Yeah.
you've never ducked away from chiming in on the biggest games of the week, and you're not going to do it again this week. Ohio State, Penn State. I believe a half a point's been whittled off to where it was most of the week. Right now, we've got it Buckeyes 3-point favorite, noon tomorrow in Happy Valley.
So I thought Ohio State, and they still might be one of the top 2, top 3 most talented teams, but maybe they aren't who we thought they were. They had a week to prepare for that game last week against Nebraska and couldn't run the football. Top 2 backs, Judkins and Henderson, 54 yards on 20 carries. That was it. Think that this Penn State team is different this year. I've been going against James Franklin in big games for years. He just tightens up in big games. But you watched the game against USC a couple weeks ago, second half, made nice adjustments in the second half defensively, and their new offensive coordinator from Kansas, a little bit different this year. That's why Kansas is down on offense, and their offense is more creative and more successful. I think unless Ohio State can push the ball down the field and their offensive line gives Howard time, I think they're in trouble. I think the wrong team's favored here. Penn State 27-23, straight up.
The Canes take on Duke. Miami's defense lacks a lot, but Duke played an inspired game a week ago against SMU, got all those turnovers, went for 2 and lost. How do you see Miami and Duke, Lee?
I don't fault them for going for 2. I think they felt, as the game went longer, they were probably going to have less of a chance to win it, but not my number one play to call as it unfolds. But, I mean, getting that kick blocked, it's like a 27, 28-yarder. That's just horrific. But remember this, no love lost between these 2 coaches. When Mario was coming in the door, said the roster was devoid of talent, and trust me, Manny is not going to forget that. When you get fired, first time back against your old team and his old city where he grew up, you prepare a little bit different. I'm not saying Duke is real talented. Their defense is solid. Obviously, they've given up 24 less in regulation to every opponent. Malik Murphy has improved, throwing the ball away, and it just happens sometimes you get, you're more familiar with the system here. I think that the blueprint's out against the Miami offense. Make them go 10, 12 plays down the field. And if you do, you can hold them under 35, 38 points. I think Duke comes up short. I think Miami wins the game 35-20, but I think the Fighting Manny Diaz is plus the 21, probably the right side.
Yeah, right now Duke getting 20 to 20.5 in most circles. All right, the cocktail party. I've seen it as high as 16. I've got it right now at 14.5. Georgia, the heavy favorite against the Gators.
So the Gators last year scored first time 7-0 right out of the gate. If you had the points, you're feeling pretty good. And then the onslaught happened, the wave, 36 straight points for Georgia. I think it's going to be tough for Florida here if we see that Georgia defense that showed up against Texas. So I think Florida's improved. I like their quarterback, DJ Lagway, but they're going to be missing Wilson, I think their best receiver, going to be missing Marshall, their best cornerback. And I think it's going to be tough sledding for their defense here. They're not facing Brock Vandestiff from Kentucky. They're not facing whoever is quarterbacking Central Florida this week. It's quarterback of the week, and it's not working out. Not facing a quarterback from Mississippi State. They're going to be facing a first-rounder, my opinion, in Carson Beck. And how about this? Kirby Smart, after a bye, 17-2. Blowout special. Georgia, 41-17.
To Sunday and Monday we go. We start with Kansas City and Tampa. The Chiefs are a 9-point favorite. The Bucs without their top 2 receivers. Baker's thrown a few more picks because he's been forced to throw a lot more than I think they want him to, and they face a Kansas City team whose defense is as good as any in the league.
Yeah, they don't get Kansas City the turnovers. They're not a fantasy top 2, top 3 team, but they just do everything well and they get off the field. That's the most important thing. But even though they're 7-0, only winning by an average of 7.1 points per game. And do you really want to lay 9 points? Baker, I still think is good enough, leads the league with 21 touchdown passes, spread the ball around 9 different receivers. Last week, Chiefs 5-11-1 against the spread when laying more than 7 points. And in the NFL this year, teams laying more than 7 points, 6-14 against the spread. I think they'll win Kansas City. They're just not a big score anymore. 27-20. I'll take Tampa Bay in the points.
Which is exact same score and way that the Ravens backdoor covered last week against the Chiefs. All right, Sunday. I'm surprised at this line, so everybody's going to know which way I'm leaning. It's under 7.
Yeah.
Buffalo, a 6-point favorite at home against Miami.
Miami finally looked good on offense. Couldn't come up with a key drive. I mean, everyone was so excited with Tua. They had a chance to, when he was behind under center to score scoring a winning drive and couldn't do it. You got to be able to put teams away, and Arizona is not a good team, but they average 6.3 yards per snap and just not good enough. I mean, you look at the Pro Football Focus grades on their defense, almost every defender on the field that played was bottom 25%. Just can't cover people, obviously, without their top 2 edge rushers, not getting to the quarterback. I think it's a real problem. And Josh Allen, he's only 14-2. Since he came into the league against the Dolphins here. They just have too many weapons here. He's too good. I think Buffalo wins this game 38-24.
And your game of the week is the Knowles and the Tar Heels, one that you have to bet on in order to watch, because otherwise I believe this game could be unwatchable, Lee. How do they get it?
Yeah, I mean, that game last week with UM was not real exciting either. But there has to be a winner. There's always a right side.
Right.
So
that's right.
There's always a right side to every wager. I mean, even these Georgia Southern games against UTEP and schools like that. You want to get this game for free. First 5 callers that call 800-400-9741 will give you that FSU and North Carolina game for free. Mac Brown, believe it or not, 0-8, never beaten Florida State in a game. So find out if he can finally notch a win, or does he move to 0-9, there'll probably be 35,000 people at the game at the start and 15,000 when it ends. 800-400-9741, and not October anymore. It's November. We've won in September and October, 7 to 9 weeks. You want to get 5 weeks of action, just $397, normally $597, one place, ParamountSports.com.
North Carolina, Florida State, the Tar Heels favored by 2.5 in Lee's game of the week. Call 800-400-9741 to get it for free, or ParamountSports.com. To refresh, Lee thinks Penn State wins outright, so he's taken the 3 as well. He thinks Duke covers with 20 against Miami. He thinks the Bucks will cover on Monday Night Football, getting 9. He thinks the Bills and the Dogs will cover against the Dolphins and Gators, respectively. ParamountSports.com, 800-400-9741. Lee, as always, thanks. And listen, don't eat all the candy. Okay.
I got my father-in-law coming over tomorrow for the games, and he is a candy-aholic here. So
good deal.
What's your favorite? What's your favorite chocolate?
I'm a Kit Kat guy.
You know what? I hear that so much, but it's like a wafer. I mean, it's like
I know. I just think that there's more than enough chocolate to drown out the wafer. It works for me.
And I'm a Reese's guy with a close second to the 100 grand bar. It's very
They're
underrated.
good too. They're good too. They're good too. Underrated, right? But for me, Baby Ruth. In fact, I used to skip dinner sometimes. I would eat 2 Baby Ruth bars and a knee-high orange, and I was set.
Jumping off the walls. Lee, good luck this weekend. Thanks as always.
See you guys.
Look at Lee Sterling, Baby Ruth. You don't hear a lot of Baby Ruth.
My grandfather loved a Baby Ruth.
Huh. Okay.
Anything with nuts.
So he liked Almond Joys?
I don't know about the coconut thing. You throw that coconut in there and you're messing with people's heads.
I know. So Lee Sterling, ParamountSports.com, 800-400-9741 with his picks. And I think you got a sense as to what one of my picks is going to be. By the way, my number is 8.
8.
Yep. Had 8 last week, had a winning week. I mean, not a ton of winning weeks this year for me. So, had a formula last week. It worked. What the heck?
Is this like when the foursome's going well, you just keep the same order off the tee? Everybody
Totally.
just keep
Yep.
the same order.
Doesn't matter. You made triple. It hit first.
Hit
All right,
first.
keep going.
I like it.
Yep. I'm 1 under. I'm hitting third. Yeah, there you go. The rest of you do whatever you want. Right.
Miller and Moulton. Pat Kirwan coming up top of the hour. David and I to make our picks on the other side. You heard David. He has an Elite 8 this week. I'll stick with 5. That's the number that we picked on the show. But David's not a rule follower when it comes to this. I try to stick to the rules. He'll pick 8. I'll pick 5. We'll do it next. Miller and Moulton.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever, are steadily adding affiliates, yet we only have a few sponsors. And if that doesn't change, we can't continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or contact Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
He did not, Ambient. That's his game of the week. You have to call for it. He did not give the UNC Florida State game.
I would, if I were to bet that game, beer guy, to get that good of a defense and that many points, I think I would take the points. I think it's kind of my same reasoning Lee had for taking the Bucks and 9 against the Chiefs. He thinks the Chiefs are going to win. He just thinks it's a 6-7 point win, not a 10-point win. But Denver will have to score some points to win this game. I'd be very surprised that their defense can win this game in the teens.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Pat Kirwan to join us coming up at the top of the hour. It's a Football Friday.
Football Friday.
It's also the first day of November. You partook in some way, shape, or form yesterday. Hope you had fun. Hope you had a great, safe, and happy Halloween. And, the weekend is nearly upon us. And let's finish it in style. So we both had winning weeks last week. I think it's the third time this year that we managed to each have a winning week. I went 5-3. Mark went 3-2. And so it sounds like we're going to stick to the same formula. I'm going to pick 8 and he's going to pick 5.
I always pick 5.
Right.
I mean, it's
right. You're the rule follower. You're the sign the scorecard and the designated area guy. Right. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our first act. This is our first act. We're in the afternoons. Michelle Wee gets disqualified from an event for not signing her scorecard in the designated area. She signed it, mind you, and the card was correct. But she literally got up, went to the bathroom or went outside and did an interview, came back and they go, hey, you didn't sign your card. And standing outside of the designated area, she signed the card. Got DQ'd. We verbally brawled over it. Brawled.
follow the damn rules. Carry the ball over the goal line.
Now, come on. It's not the same thing. I mean, it's not a touchdown unless you carry it across the goal line. I mean, if the scorecard's signed, A, and it's accurate, B, what the hell else does it have to be?
All right, I may have been wrong on that one, but that day had my line in the sand with the rules of golf.
Ooh, we went to There are times, I mean, listen, it's a show. We have fun. We've always liked one another. Okay. There have been times over the years where one was annoyed with the other, and Mark had every reason to be annoyed with me. Okay. But that was one of probably less than a handful of times we just picked a topic, went after it, and midway through the debate, we're looking at one another like, we've lost the love and feeling on this discussion. This is we're throwing down on this one.
I may have been on the wrong side of that argument, but it was a hell of a show. Wish we still had it for a best of.
All right. I'll make it quick. I had 2 Friday games last week, so I had to go with a Friday game this week. I like USF tonight laying 2.5 at FAU. FAU's beaten FIU and Maine. All right, that's it. They're not a particularly good team. South Florida's lost to Alabama. They've lost to Miami. They've lost to Memphis. They've lost to Tulane. They've actually lost to good teams. They're not scoring enough points. They only starting quarterback's got 2 touchdown passes. But I like USF tonight laying 2.5 at FAU. Army's the number 1 rushing team in the country. Air Force is 119th against the run. Air Force has won 1 game. There's no letdown in a trophy game, if you will. I mean, there's no Army's going to look past Air Force. No chance. Navy beat Air Force by 27. I think Army's better than Navy, and Army has to lay 21.5. Give me Army. Northwestern and Purdue, 2 bad Big Ten teams.
You are betting Northwestern and Purdue?
I am.
Oh, my
God. And I can't bet Purdue. They're winless in the Big Ten. Northwestern only has to beat them by 2. The line has moved 3 points in Northwestern's favor. I'm following the money. Give me Northwestern. Why is Auburn favored over Vandy? Number 1. Number 2, why are they favored by 7.5? Somebody want to help me here? Auburn's resume against Vandy's resume this year? Okay, I understand the names of the teams. You think, this is normal. Really? Does anybody think if Auburn played Texas, they'd lose by 3? That's what Vandy did. I get Vandy in 7.5. If I lose money on this game, I got to lose it on Vandy. USC and Washington, they're both 4-4. I think one 4-4 team's clearly better than the other. Give me USC laying 2 at Washington. And boy, it's not often you can get an undefeated team in 7.5. Give me Pitt and 7.5 at SMU. I think SMU wins, but I don't think they win by 8. Give me Pitt in the 7.5. NFL. Good Jameis, bad Jameis. We think Jameis does it 2 weeks in a row against the Chargers defense. Okay. I think the Chargers get a couple picks, and I think it'll be boring but effective, and the Chargers go into Cleveland and get a win. They only have to lay 1.5. Give me the Chargers. And I'll back up the truck on the Bills -6. The Bills at the second best point differential in the NFL, only to the Lions.
Sorry,
okay,
backing up the truck for you.
14-2. Josh Allen against the Dolphins. This Dolphins team, you think this Dolphins team is going to go to Buffalo and lose by less than 7? Come on. First off, does anybody think Miami's going to win? So now it's just a matter of what are they going to lose by? I mean, if they lose by 7, Buffalo covers. Give me the Bills -6.
All right. I had 2 games written down yesterday morning. Kansas State's a 13-point favorite against Houston. Houston can't score. Kansas State does score. Houston averages like 14 points a game. Kansas State scores a lot more than that. I like Kansas State minus the 13 against Houston. Kirby Smart played for Georgia. It's not like it's a coach that doesn't understand every single aspect of a rivalry game. And he got beat by Florida a lot. His opportunities to bury the Gators and keep his team far above the Florida Gators in the recruiting wars happens again on Saturday. Give me the Dogs. I'll lay the 14.5. Dogs are starting to get healthy, particularly on defense. DJ Lagway is going to have a long day, in my opinion. I'm with David. Pitt in 7.5. They're undefeated playing SMU. SMU has not looked particularly good against anybody. They played lousy against Duke last week. I don't think it was a look-ahead game. I just don't think that team, they turned the ball over way too much. If they do that against Narduzzi's defense, they could lose the game outright. But I'm getting 7.5. Give me Pitt. I don't know if I've been beat down by the Twitch chat room, David, but I just don't think Baltimore wins by 9. I think they win, but 9 points is a lot of points with that defense. Give me the Broncos +9.
How about that Lee Sterling stat last segment? More than 7-point spreads in the NFL. If you take the points, you're 14-6.
And this could be the dumbest bet I've made all year, but I have a feeling. Dallas needs this game. Atlanta had a big division game last week. Not that it's a letdown in the NFL, but I just don't know if you can keep up at that level when a team's desperate. Dallas is the more desperate team. I'm getting 3.5. Give me the Cowboys plus 3.5 against Atlanta.
Here's why that's not a dumb bet. First off, you've made it, not me, so your bets have more credibility. But in all seriousness, what's Dallas on the road? Okay, didn't the Niners lost their first road loss? They're 3-1 on the road. What's Atlanta at home? Yeah, they're 2-3. Atlanta's not been a good home team. Dallas has been a terrific road team. It's Dallas at Atlanta.
It's the Cowboys' season. They've got to get this game.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. By the way, if after this game, Dallas, they've only played 3 home games, They'll be 8 games into their season having only played 3 home games. If they could ever,
that's a good thing.
I know, because they're 0-3 at home this year. But before this year, they hadn't lost at home in 2 seasons. So very strange. I will say Dallas's metrics are horrible. I mean, horrible. I mean, you actually look at their metrics and you go, wow, I'm kind of surprised they're 3-4. I mean, their metrics are worse than their record. So I'm with you, though, Mark. I think it's their season. I lost on the Cowboys last week. I like you betting them this week.
Just the desperation factor. I mean, even Dak said it's a must-win for them. They all understand the seriousness of where they are in the season, and falling 2 games below 500 is something that they can't do. So give me the Cowboys, and I don't like saying that.
So there you have it. Those are our picks. The one game that we are in agreement on. We're both taking Pitt on the road, getting 7.5 at SMU. By the way, ACC Network. We talk a lot about networks and television and what have you on this show. How about this? Game of the year so far in the ACC? It's on the ACC Network at 8 o'clock. You can't even get this on the ESPN family of networks? Wow.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
post for that Jags run now after that loss, Adam, are you?
Feeney, I mean, we're all picking Georgia to win. Lee Sterling and Mark both picked Georgia to win and cover. The half point concerns me. I'm not going to lie. 14.5. I do think Lagway is going to turn it over once or twice in this game, though. He's not a high percentage completion guy yet, but he could potentially make some big plays against them. To me, this is kind of like, remember when Dan Mullen took over and the first time they played, they got blown out. And the second time they played, they hung around. And the third time they played, he won. You know, if I'm a Gator fan, you know, I'm like, can we hang in this game? Last year we got blown out. Can we hang? That would be nice. We got to be able to hang with these guys before we beat them. Well. Oh, Realtor Clark, it's my wife and daughter are so with you. Right, Adam.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour, and that's when Pat Kirwan joins us here on Miller and Moulton. Broadcasting live from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters in Naples, just keeping it real. So a couple of things we haven't gotten to yet. And obviously, it's a football Friday.
Football Friday.
Bob Costas retired. Now, the word came out yesterday. Apparently, he had let MLB Network and Turner know before the season started that this will be the last year I'm doing play-by-play. But so Bob Costas, you'll still see him on MLB Network for those of you that partake. And he's kind of gotten into a little political commentary also. But Bob Costas retiring from play-by-play.
I'm not a huge Costas guy.
Well, and let me tell you, there were a lot of people that did not like him this year, particularly in the baseball playoffs. He got crushed. Critics crushed him, and critics have not been nasty to Bob Costas during his legendary career.
But I don't know how much he changed the way he broadcast games. I'm surprised he got crushed. I always thought he talked down to me. I always thought that Bob felt, I'm smarter than you. Here's why. And I didn't like that as a listener. That's how I took it in.
I thought it was a bad look for Bob when Chris Mad Dog Russo, who's kind of gotten like a third life here, Stephen A., has brought him on his show once a week. And it's kind of made Mad Dog a national figure for the first time. He was always a huge figure in the industry and huge in the New York metropolitan area for his sports talk radio. I mean, he and Mike Francesa helped Miller and Moulton be able to have a job, quite frankly, because they helped make the format work. And we all owe a debt to Mike and Chris. But Mad Dog's an old soul, and Mad Dog's in his 60s, and Bob, I think, 72. And Mad Dog's had Costas on the show, a couple hundred times over the years. And Mad Dog crushed him for his broadcasting in the playoffs. And he crushed him. Nobody likes the past more than Chris Russo. I mean, Chris Russo likes the past more than me. That's how much Chris likes to go down memory lane. He'll still talk about Casey Stengel and Joe McCarthy. I mean, Chris loves the past, particularly in baseball. And he crushed Costas. He goes, Bob, enough of the Yankees and Royals in the 70s and 80s. Enough already. Stop it. You spent 9 minutes on George Brett. Enough. I mean, when that's not appealing to Mad Dog Russo, then I don't know who you're appealing to, if you know what I mean.
So Costas retiring from play-by-play. I'm sure some of you really enjoy Bob Costas. I was one who this isn't going to affect me one iota.
And within the industry, for what it's worth, a lot of talk that this could be the last year for Al Michaels. It's the last year of his contract. The rumors are pretty rampant that, Amazon is going to be the third broadcast partner with the NBA. It hasn't been made official yet, but the thought is that the new TV package is going to win the legal fight. And so it's going to be ESPN and NBC and Amazon. And so we know who NBC's voices are for the NBA. They're going to be Tirico and Noah Eagle. So Amazon has to go find their voices. Well, the word is that Amazon's going after Ian Eagle. Well, if they're going to hire Ian Eagle to do the NBA, you don't think they're going to hire Ian Eagle to also do Thursday Night Football? I mean, he does the number 2 game for CBS every week, and he does a Westwood One radio game every week. In fact, I think a lot of weeks he does the Thursday night game on Westwood One. So, it seems a natural that Ian Eagle was going to replace Al Michaels on Amazon. And Al's 79, and I'm not sure that anyone else offers him a gig, because I don't know where else there is for him to go. And he is certainly not going to take a gig. He's not going to do the number 4 game for Fox or CBS. I mean, it's not Al Michaels.
And he's not going to do an Enberg and start doing the Padres games, if you know what I mean.
Right. Although he loves baseball.
I
And
gotcha, but
right.
I just don't see him taking a play-by-play job with a team and working 162 days, if you know what I mean.
Right. And there's really nothing left for Al to do. I mean, he's done it all. Many people regard him as the best football play-by-play guy. I mean, either him or Summerall is who they mention most often when they talk about the best to ever do football. And Al just got inducted a couple years ago into the Baseball Hall of Fame, winning the Ford Frick Award because he actually cut his teeth, so to speak, and made his bones on baseball before he became this legendary football voice. So there you go. Just some behind the curtain network broadcasting news. Costas retired, and the thought is that however many Thursday night games we got left, 6, 8, something like that. That it's could very well be the end for Al Michaels. And if you think about it, Al Michaels has been doing. You go back Monday Night Football. Didn't he take over for Gifford in the mid '80s?
Well, I mean, obviously, you go back to the Miracle on Ice and
Well, right.
1980.
But I
I'm
mean,
saying, as a voice of sports,
mhm.
it's been over 40 years of Al Michaels doing games.
Totally. And he was ABC's lead baseball voice. He took that over late 70s and did that through the 80s. I mean, Al Michaels obviously at the mic during the earthquake in the 89 World Series for the A's and the Giants. And so, but he's been, he's done an A game, if you will, in the NFL every week for 40 years. Because I think it was 85. He took 84 or 85. He took over for Gifford as the main play-by-play voice of Monday Night Football. Anyway, did 2 different stints of Monday Night Football, Sunday Night Football, 40 years. So anyway, just some network, broadcasting stuff.
I will say the one thing I caught with the whole basketball, the Amazon thing, is that the NBA is trying to get a lot of stuff redacted and sealed and not letting the cat out of the bag, so to speak, which I will be interested to see how well they do with that.
Yeah, well, as we've seen over the years, a lot of times the best thing that a certain party has in the lawsuit is not necessarily the legal fight. It's just discovery. That might be the best thing. Right now, the thought is the best thing Turner has going for them is not the legality of getting the package over Amazon. It's all the dirty laundry they're going to expose in losing the fight to Amazon. And in fact, there's some thought that the NBA may try to carve out a 4th package to appease Turner here. At the last minute, carve a little from here, a little from here, a little from here, and say, hey, if we give you guys this 4th package, will you go away? Will you stop this? Stop threatening to air dirty laundry? There's already talk, by the way. Adam Silver was questioned about it recently. We've talked about it on this show. That does the declining ratings matter? It's early. We talked about it in hockey. Hockey has gotten off to a bad start this year nationally for both ESPN and Turner. Their ratings are down. And hockey's ratings had been up the last 2-3 years since they made the switch and moved to ESPN and Turner. Well, opening night for the NBA did well. Ever since, their ratings are down. Outside of that opening Tuesday night on Turner, Knicks, Celtics, and Lakers and somebody, Minnesota, I think. Outside of that opening night, NBA ratings are down and down double digits. And there's talk. They asked Adam Silver, quite frankly, you concerned? And it comes down to, Mark, does it matter? Do the ratings matter? If you're making $7 billion a year in TV revenue, does it matter to you, the NBA, if less people are watching you than they have in a very long time?
The check's still cash, right?
Exactly. And that's what they're wondering. Does it matter to you? Your sport's actually getting smaller. Okay. And people within the NBA are saying, hey, the audience is telling you they don't like the product. Okay. And that's really what Silver's now being questioned about. It's like it's not the ratings, it's what the ratings are saying.
And usually they've been able to spin the ratings because the younger demos have always been strong enough while they were losing overall ratings in the key demos, they were doing well enough to tell the advertisers and their partners, hey, it doesn't matter.
Right. So, does it matter if you're making, and the TV contract hasn't kicked in yet either. They're on the last year of the old TV deal. The huge TV money doesn't kick in until next season. And see where contracts have already gone. So does it matter if you're making the money, if you're guaranteed $7 billion a year in TV revenue? Does it matter to you as a league if anybody's watching?
It better, because you got to get another TV deal.
Well, but you don't have to get it for 11 years. 11 years. And not to be a cynic here, but if you're Adam Silver, you going to be the commissioner for the next TV deal?
Probably not.
So,
if you are, it's your swan song, if you know what I mean. You're going to do that last TV deal and then you're done.
Right. I mean, it's kind of like Goodell here. I think Goodell has negotiated his last huge TV deal, although it's going to get altered here when they go to an 18th game. So, and it is with international games, he might be able to bring in a 9:30 a.m. TV package. So Goodell's got another one or two negotiations he can do, and he's got one more CBA in him with the players. But it's just, anyway, some network TV talk. Okay, sometimes it's just, Miller and Moulton geeking out, but we've actually gotten a lot of good feedback over the years that this seems to interest you. So, just wanted to go down that road a little bit. But it's a football Friday.
And we have a big noon kickoff tomorrow. Penn State and Ohio State.
Lee Sterling thinks Penn State's going to win outright. And he says, listen, I bet against James Franklin in big games for 10 years. I've made a lot of money. He goes, I think this Penn State team's different. And I agree with him, by the way. I do think they are different. I think they're better. They're more versatile. They're also, and he referenced the USC game, they were down 2 scores in that game, and they were very aggressive on both sides of the ball. And Penn State has a reputation of being very tight in big spots under James Franklin. The other thing, Mark, is he had 2 very aggressive 4th downs that he went for. He went for it on a 4th and 10 and a 4th and 8 when there was still plenty of time left in the game and he had timeouts. He could have punted and played defense and the whole deal. And he said, no, let's go for it. The 4th and 8, he went for it on his side of the 50. So, I mean, it was a little different James Franklin in that USC game. And for what it's worth, Lee Sterling picking Penn State. How about you? Straight up.
I'm picking Ohio State until proven otherwise. I don't think Penn State can win a big game. I really think the problem for Penn State is if they play the man style that you've talked about, David, these receivers for Ohio State are going to get open. They may not get open often, but they're going to get open enough. And I just don't know if Penn State can keep up. If Ohio State gets into the high 20s, can Penn State get there?
The funny thing, I think Ohio State makes the big play. I know they have not made a ton of big plays on offense lately. I actually think the big plays come from Ohio State in this game. Like, I don't know that Penn State in their passing game, although their tight end is a beast.
He's a man.
I mean, he had like 18 catches against USC. I mean, you can give him the Mackey Award now. He is a beast is right. So to me, that's their big weapon. Like if I'm Ohio State, I love my corners against their wide receivers. I got no problem. DBU, let's go. Okay. But that tight end, that's
a problem. I don't know if they have a linebacker that can cover him, and he might be too big for any safety to take on.
Yeah. So that's the pressure point for me. Who makes the bigger plays? The Ohio State receiving tandem or the Penn State tight end? Both matchup problems for the other guys. Also, Will Howard, hey, dude, yeah, you're a good college player, but you were brought in to win games like this. And then Drew Aller. This is it, dude. You've had a nice career, but how many wins in games like this do you have?
I'm pulling for Penn State because I want to see the pressure on the Buckeyes the rest of the season with 2 losses to see if they can get the horse into the barn to get into the playoff. But I think the Buckeyes get it done because that's what they do against Penn State.
Also, you got Chip Kelly, who's been in so many big games on Saturdays and Sundays. tremendous play caller. And then you got the new kid on the block, the whiz kid from Kansas, who's now calling the plays for Penn State. Let's face it, he hasn't been in a ton of games like this calling plays. I'm going to go with Ohio State. Close. If Drew Aller was healthy, I'd pick Penn State. He's going to play, but he's not going to be healthy.
Miller and Moulton. There's our look at the Buckeyes and Nittany Lions. We will switch gears and talk the NFL with Pat Kirwan. He is next on Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
At Physical Therapy and Balance Centers, our goal is to help you love your life. When your life is sidelined by an injury, dizziness, surgery, or condition keeping you from doing what you love, we're here to help you heal and feel your best. Our therapist evaluation will determine the root cause of your health challenges, resulting in a unique treatment plan customized just for you. Visit www.physical.com to find your nearest location and see how we can help you love your life.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Hey, Mark.
Morning.
Good morning,
Good
fellas.
morning, Pat.
Good to hear you guys.
Doing well. How about you?
Me, fine. We're just in the middle of the grind here. Well, you know, Mark, you said something a couple of weeks ago, which I probably say once a year, but the road teams on Thursday night, I went through the rest of Thursday night, and they're going to get, a bunch of them going to get creamed. It is really getting hard now.
Well, you throw all the injuries that Houston had last night into the factor, too.
Yeah. The last two, though, think about it. Minnesota and Houston come in with superior records to the Rams and the Jets, and they generate 33 points in total, the two teams.
I will say, I don't know, Pat, how many teams can duplicate it, but this is 2 years in a row Houston's gone to the Jets, and the Jets' defense has kicked the tar out of them.
Yeah, matchups are always,
Yep.
you know, it's an interesting dilemma for a lot, and this one is it happens a lot in division. There's always someone that can beat someone all the time.
Right. But I mean, that's 2 years because like last year, that was the game CJ got the concussion in,
Yeah.
and they beat him up pretty good. This year, what, 7, 8 sacks last night? I mean,
8 sacks and
Yeah.
33 hits
Yeah.
on the quarterback.
and not only that, he had a completion percentage that looked like Anthony Richardson. I mean, I don't know if anyone else, particularly in the South, but the Jets have at least said, here's, just do what we do against Houston. It works.
Yep. Well, it's interesting that the Colts have decided to go with Flacco until further notice.
Yeah, no kidding.
Last night probably inspired them even more. I don't know if the Colts have anything, but Flacco will make it hard for some teams. Yeah. I always enjoy listening to you guys talk about college football. I wouldn't bet against Ohio State.
Pat, I don't know how much of that game because you got a show and then you got production meetings and what have you, but that Penn State tight end,
yeah.
Oof.
Well, after what Bauer's doing, I think the perception of taking a tight end in the first round's back to, you can do that.
Yeah.
And you can take him high too.
Now, I think Bowers runs better than the Penn State kid.
Yeah, I agree with that. But it's like when you see what Bauer's doing, it'll make it. So many guys are afraid to take a tight end in the first round. They're afraid to take a center in the first round, even if their grading system says he's worth it.
But the center for the Bucks is playing really well.
Yep.
Yeah, it's funny. I've always thought, like if you're drafting in the 20s, especially if you can get the best center in the draft, I mean, that's an 8 to 10 year starter. I mean, how do you not, how do you not take that if you're right?
I agree.
How do you not take that if you're a GM drafting in the 20s? I think that's a great pick.
Yeah, I remember when the Jets took Nick Mangold, they abused him for doing it.
Right.
And 12 years later, everyone wanted his autograph.
Right.
Well, remember that draft? They went DeBrickashaw Ferguson at high and Mangold in the 20s. They took 2 linemen in the first round. They got crushed for it. Probably the greatest draft in franchise history.
Yep. Well, all these 2-6 teams. Yeah, okay, the Jets won. Does anyone think they're going 7-1 the rest of the year? No.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Halfway home on this Football Friday.
Football Friday.
That's if you're in the 239 and the 904. If you're in Charlotte County and surrounding areas like Lake City, well, this is the final hour of Miller and Moulton for your week, so we might as well, go to the A-list. Pat Kirwan, he of NFL Radio's Moving the Chains, CBS's NFL Today show. Moving the Chains, by the way, is 3 to 7 Monday through Friday, and during the season, 2 to 5 on Saturdays. Pat joins us courtesy of Pinchers. Tampa to Key West, all points in between. Pinchers, where you can't fake fresh. He joins us on the American Paint Supplies hotline. So another Thursday night, another home team with an inferior record winning. It's that time of the year, isn't it?
Well, we're in the middle of the season. Recovery times are hard, and there's always other issues. But now we've had 2 of the better teams on Thursday night. We're on the road and both lost. Minnesota loses to the Rams, and now we have this one. And the 2 of them combined for 33 points. So, yeah, and I went through the Thursday night schedule for the rest of the year, which I know David will do. And I would think that the road teams – remember how we used to say, is home field an advantage anymore? I think the answer is yes on Thursday nights. That might be it. I heard you guys talking about the money in the basketball and the attendance down. The one question I had for you guys is, because I think this surfaced in football, the last time was an election year. Do you have any data on election years and what happens to attendance and viewership until the election's over? So I think football had to deal with this 4 years ago, and it was affecting their viewership. But as soon as the election was over, it was back to normal.
Interesting, because I thought, in 2016, we had the Trump Kaepernick, phenomenon so during that season, it played a role and it impacted not just attendance, but ratings. Okay.
Yeah.
It's the only time in recent memory that you can see, wow, ratings went down. And there was a clear reason why. But all those people have come back. And
Yep.
I don't recall, because the other thing that the NFL had going for it 4 years ago, Pat, was it played and it played all its games. And we as a society were thrilled because most of our society was shut down and the NFL said, yeah, we ain't shut down.
No, Roger, he gets criticized for a lot of things, but he should get a lot of credit for making that season and pulling off the whole thing. They didn't miss a thing on that one. But yeah, I just wanted to know what you thought about the election year. Does that affect viewership while this campaign stuff's going on?
And time will tell, but the NBA's numbers have been down for a little while now. They're on a run of a downward trend.
Yeah.
So that's why we're paying a little more attention to that. But hockey's down this year, so you might be onto something, Pat. I just want to go back on the Thursday night games.
Yep.
So do you put less stock into the Jets win because it was Thursday night last night?
Well, they're desperate. Their defense played. Now, we've had a couple of weeks where the three of us have talked about where's the Jets defense. But as David said earlier when we were off the air, like certain matchups are just gold. And the Jets love playing Houston. But the Jet defense more than showed up. And 8 sacks and 33 hits on the quarterback. That's all you need to know about that. It's amazing Stroud survived. I worry about the next couple of weeks when you look at Thursday night road teams. And some of those games are gigantic, really big. And even if the trip is not a long trip, it's that you have to leave on Wednesday. You have to be in the hotel the night before the game. It is brutal.
Pat is referencing next week it's Cincy at Baltimore. The week after that, it's Washington at Philly. The week after that, it's Pittsburgh at Cleveland. All right. Then, of course, obviously, you've got the 3 games on Thanksgiving, but a lot of the games, of the 6 games that are going to be played on the next 4 Thursdays, 5 of them are division games.
Yeah. It's a tough, just experience this stuff. Like you land up, you don't know who can play. And you think about how many guys don't practice on Wednesdays. I know you guys cover who didn't practice. So if you don't practice on Wednesday, are you getting on the plane to play the next night? And there's a lot of guys that don't practice on Thursday. They can't recover in time. I give Rodgers a lot of credit. As bad as he played in the first half, this spelled trouble. And that's why I didn't take the Jets on a short week recovery for him, the way he's been beat up. So I think there's a bunch of games in there where I'm going to pay attention to Mark's advice. It's going to be a hard time taking road teams on Thursday nights.
It really is. All right. Speaking of guys missing practice, Jordan Love not practicing, the groin injury. It's still in doubt whether or not he's going to play. How do you think he's going to play, 1? And 2, how much does that factor into your decision who wins between Lions and Packers?
Well, it factors in a lot, although their backup has not lost yet, right? He's 1-2-0, and he came off the bench the other day, and he looked like the same kid who's dangerous. So they'll have a plan with him. The question I'd prefer to answer is, would I take the Packers even if they had Love at 100%, which they won't? I wouldn't take him anyway. I think the guys they're playing can score 30 on anybody.
Do you think they're the best team in the league right now?
Well, I worry about the pass rush when it comes down to the big games at the end, because they're going to score enough that the opponent is going to be throwing the whole time in the second half, and that's where I think their vulnerability shows up. How do they put that elite quarterback in front of them on the ground?
Well, and think about it last year. They had the lead in the second half against the Niners, and the Niners had to throw, although they run more than most teams, but they couldn't stop Brock Purdy. You decide whether he's an elite quarterback, but they couldn't stop Brock Purdy and the Niners when they had to.
Yep. And I think that's when they had Hutchinson.
Right.
And they don't even have him now. So it's a problem. I think people are going to figure out, they're going to have to scheme up pressures. And after a while, the good quarterbacks love pressure. I was talking to Matt Ryan about that. He goes, gosh, I wish people blitz me every play, because you know where it's coming from. You can read the blitz and you can get rid of the ball. But the young quarterbacks don't like the blitz. The older guys love the blitz.
Denver's at Baltimore. To me, this is okay. Broncos, give them all the credit. They won 5 of 6. Bo Nix seems to be settling in, the whole deal. Now you're playing a big boy. To me is kind of like, all right, let's see what you have. But the Denver defense is top 3 in the league, but Baltimore's offense may be top 3 in the league also.
Yeah. And this is why, I think we're all going to end up taking Baltimore, and I'm with you. It's finally Denver's playing a big-time team, but here's the only stat that I need to make my decision. Denver is 1-3 when their opponents rush for 100 yards or more. Look who they're playing. The guys who like to rush for 200 yards. They won't be able to stop that run game. And as nice as that little Denver defense is, you're going into Baltimore, and they're going to maul you with their run stuff.
So you think they're going to win and win big?
Yeah, isn't it 8 points or 9 points?
It's 9, and that's a huge number in the NFL.
And it started at 8 on Sunday night. I always put the first line down just to make sure I see where it goes. Yeah, I think they can win by 10 points. Bo Nix is going to find out and I like Bo Nix. He's player of the week and all that business, but I don't like him in this situation. Lamar, did you see Lamar's face when they were losing at the end of that game? He tried to will a win. And I think even though he's not practicing, I don't care about that. He will be out there looking for revenge. And he's got a tremendous home record. 34-12 at home.
By the way,
10-2 after a loss.
Pat, I can overanalyze a 3-car funeral. So sometimes I've gone a little crazy about body language and things like that. But Lamar does seem different this year. He's actually, given answers in which he's ragged Harbaugh. Okay, he's ragged the play calling. He's gotten on some of his teammates publicly. Never mind what he's done on the bench. When in past years, Lamar was, a placater on the bench. This year, Lamar's playing honked off, to be honest.
Yeah, I always thought of Lamar as a teammate. Not anymore. And when I was with him this summer, it was clear that the distaste in his mouth from that loss in the championship game carried him through the whole year, and he made the decision to drop the weight. He made the decision, I'm going to take off. I'll do whatever I have to do. I'm not. And so a loss like last week just drives him crazy. So I'm with you. And I don't think he's ever going to be a great passer, but he's good enough. And the Derrick Henry thing just complements his mission. But he's definitely on a mission. And he was very talkative with me and Jim about that. So, yeah, I think he pegged them right. And, he knows what people think of him in the postseason. He's moving towards making sure you don't think that at the end of this year.
Pat, I'm really curious of how Chicago comes back after what happened last week. They play Arizona. Arizona's been playing pretty well. Kyler Murray's been doing a hell of a job getting that team back to 500 in respectability, and the Bears blew a game that they had. How do they respond this week?
Well, I'll give you my own example, and I think we talked about this the other day, but we were playing for first place, and Dan Marino ran the fake spike on us and came back for down 20 points at halftime, came back, wins the game. We did not win another game. And everyone was pointing fingers at each other. I asked Bill Cowher about it. He said, remember the game when they had the crazy coin toss? And it was all, I called heads.
They didn't win another game.
That's the point. And this one, to me, is more damaging psychologically than mine or Bill's. This is a huge embarrassment, and it reached the coach and his play calling. It reached their 2-minute philosophy. It reached Tyreek Stevens and what they're going to do about him. So I think, and if you read about them all week, they're constantly saying stuff. We got to get past this. We got to leave that in the past. We got to look forward. That's the kind of conversation I remember. So to answer your question, fellas, I think this is with them for a while.
Well, here's the other thing, and I know we got about a minute till we break, but so Eberflus is on the defensive. The offensive coordinator's on the offensive. He's still saying if I had to do it again, I'd give the ball on third down to the offensive lineman. In fact, I can't wait to do it again. You got DJ Moore, who publicly has criticized both the head coach and the offensive coordinator for how they've handled things. And now you got everybody saying we need to shut up and keep this in-house. I mean, this is a soap opera this week.
Yeah, and you got a rookie quarterback who's a heck of a kid, who's trying to be a leader. And now he's seeing what real turmoil looks like. And so I think there's a lot of pressure now. They are playing Arizona. We talk about them a lot. They are in first place for a day, which is nice. I don't know how long that's going to last, but I think Chicago, they might have a really bad first half and then figure out we better wake up. It could be that, but it looks like it could be the one I experienced, not another win.
Arizona defensively is really lacking. I mean, Kyler Murray's been carrying the water and then some. So it's a very interesting game, Mark, that you brought up, Chicago at Arizona. We'll go through the rest of the games with Pat Kirwan, he of NFL Radio and the NFL Today Show, joining us once again, courtesy of Pinchers. Tampa to Key West and all points in between. Pinchers, where you can't fake fresh.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times. But Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever and are steadily adding affiliates. Yet, we only have a few sponsors, and if that doesn't change, we cannot continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller & Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or by contacting me on X at @MarkMiller or David at @TheDavidMoulton. You can save Miller & Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA-certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
So, Pat, you get down next week?
I'll be back Monday.
All right.
You know, it's Monday, and then basically I'll be there I think 1 week I'm going to skip and stay up. My daughter's going to England for work, and my wife's got to babysit some of the boys, and I might as well stay with her, and there's no reason to not help her out.
Right.
There's always something. 3 different hockey practices alone, which she's got to take them all too because I'm on the radio. But picking them up, one of the guys gets off at on practice. He doesn't get off till 8 o'clock at night, so I can go get him, help her out a little bit. The last thing I want to do is call her from Florida saying, "Yep, having a good time. Beach was great today." I think it's a first week of December. So I haven't figured that part out, but I'm leaning towards doing that. Now she says, no, go back down. Okay.
Well, we'll hook up next week. I'll get you all your tickets and stuff.
Yep. I was thinking, are you in the studio on Tuesday?
I'm in the studio every day.
Yep. I might come in and just hang out with you and do the show from there. It depends. Do you have the equipment for me to do that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Is there a headset?
Yes.
I don't know where my polling station is. They switch that around all the time. It used to be in that church right by my corner, and then they moved it over to the rec center place.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's where I vote, I think, is the rec center. I know that's where the early voting is. I got to make sure because I don't have time to get there today. So I'm going Tuesday and fighting it out with everybody.
One year I lucked out. I was like the first guy online, which would set up really good to meet you at 8 o'clock. If they would open up at 6 a.m., I could be there at 5:30. Walk in, do it, and go over to your place.
I think they open at 7, don't they?
That's what I'm asking. I don't know what time they open. I can't remember.
I don't know. The early didn't open until 10 because my mom voted yesterday. She said it didn't open until 10 a.m.
I think on election day they open at 7.
I think you're right.
The year I was first in there, I think it was 7 when we got there at 6 o'clock. And there were people online asking my wife who to vote for. And she was telling them, I was like, come here, Janet, walk up and down the line, get another 100 votes, please. All these women were asking her all about it. It was great. I said, Jesus, this is better than anything. Oh, the Bills will put the Dolphins to sleep, and that year will be over.
Oh, Miller and Moulton can't believe the line's only 6.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. You know, guys keep telling me they think Josh Allen is going to win the MVP. After losing to Baltimore, I think that scar is not going to go anywhere, and he's still got too many big games.
Well, I don't know. He's not turning it over, though. And they got the second best point differential. I mean, they've been very impressive. They're going to win the division going away.
Hey, which division leader do you think's in the best situation right now? And here's my answer: Atlanta.
Buffalo.
Yeah, they'll end it tonight or tomorrow, Sunday. But Atlanta, I mean, they're done with Tampa, and the other two teams can't fight their way out of a paper bag.
Well, we're waiting for the Saints to, trade a bunch of guys, try to alleviate some cap stuff, and look forward. I know that GM doesn't do that, but come on, 2-6, man.
Yeah. This dead cap stuff is brutal. They have so many guys with.
I know.
I think the top 14 guys are loaded with, and that's how he does business. How you feeling? I see you reaching for your shoulder right now.
Yeah.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
At 21 minutes past the hour, our remaining moments with Pat Kirwan on the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. All right, there's a few interesting games. First off, how big of a difference will it make Sunday night? Flacco for the Colts against the Flores blitz-heavy defense against the Vikings.
Well, compared to Richardson, a gigantic difference. He'll be able to, first off, the playbook is twice as big with him. He can handle everything and anything. You want to blitz him, he sees the blitz. He's very smart, and he's pretty strong still. He can flick a ball 50 yards, no problem. Yeah, he makes a big difference for them. They actually have a fighting chance with him. They had no chance with Richardson. And poor Richardson, he should have never been put on the field. We all know that. He's played 24 football games since high school. Guy's not ready for this, but I thought he handled himself very poorly. What did he say the other day? Oh, the coach never told me why. You know what I would have done? Here's the game films. Go in that room, close the door, and figure out why you're not playing.
How much of this is the tapping out, Pat?
I hope not a lot. I think in a lot of ways, he's a kid. I think he was telling the truth, number one. He did have a couple of runs, but it just sounded so terrible to say it. And Coach Cowher and I talked about it. I said, look, he's a youngster. He actually told him the truth. I'm gassed. I wonder how many guys stayed in games. Remember the Super Bowl when McNabb was thrown up in the huddle?
Right.
That I guess we respect him for the toughness of it all, but maybe a timeout would have helped there. Who knows? But it was 3rd and 23, right? So it was going to fizzle it out and punt or kick, whatever. But no, I'm okay. Is that a reason? No, he needs to be benched because he's not ready to win games. And they're in the 8th seed, and they think they can get in there now. And that Houston loss is going to inspire them even more.
Well, and one of the teams they're chasing is the 4-3 Chargers, who have one of those interesting games. Jameis, you get good Jameis, bad Jameis. Last week you got good Jameis. Browns look alive. Chargers on the road against Cleveland. If you're going to go to the playoffs, these are the type of games you need to win to get to 10 wins. Will they do it?
Well, who's the best quarterback on the field? That'd be Herbert in my mind. They play pretty good defense in Charger country. So I like those guys a lot. I like Joe, but Joe gives him a better chance, but I'll be taking the Chargers in this one because of the quarterback. And because of their defense. And they are pretty good at restricting things you do on offense. So that's why I like those guys. And the Jameis thing, I think you're 100% right. I can't bet on Jameis every week because I do think last week they dropped 3 interceptions. Now, we know that Jameis throws 3 interceptions. Did he really throw 3 interceptions? They dropped, and I'm glad he won. It was great. Who mentions God and Eminem in one sentence?
Only Jameis, Pat.
Yeah.
Only Jameis. Outstanding. All
Yeah,
right.
It was awesome.
Dallas and Atlanta. For what it's worth, Pat, I picked Dallas because I just think they're desperate, and if they don't win here, the season really crumbles for them. And Atlanta coming off a big divisional game, can they do it 2 weeks in a row? How do you see that game?
After last night, watching the quote-unquote desperate Jets put something together, the problem here is their defense in Dallas is not very good. Their running game is more than limited. The longest run they've had all year is 13 yards.
They're the only team in the league without a 20-yard rush.
Yeah, 13 is their longest run. They can't run the ball. They're a one-man army with CeeDee Lamb. The last 3 games, the guys had 40 targets, and I think you're going to see another 15 targets. He's the only way it's going to happen. I feel for Dak because, Dak is not the guy he was just a year ago. Every critical area of when you evaluate a quarterback, he is far behind where he has been. Now you start thinking about these 23rd in completion percentage. He's 22nd in yards per attempt. Nope. I think I will stick with Atlanta on this one. I was laughing with Raheem. We were reminiscing the long run by Kirk Cousins last week. He was really making fun of him. Yeah, did you see that explosive charge by Kirk?
It was a great first half, though, and they did enough to be able to sweep the Bucs, and they're in commanding position in the NFC South. Well, the NFC West is 4 teams separated by half a game. They're all tied in the loss column. So now we're going to start playing division games. Rams at Seahawks.
Well, I talk to the Seahawks coach every week, and I like him a lot, and I think he's really understanding what he has and what he doesn't have. Stafford's never lost to Seattle, all right? And he's got Kupp and Puka back. Not sure about Metcalf playing 2-2 against these guys, and they've sacked him 11 times. I'd love to take Seattle, but Rams, to me, as long as he has the 2 guys, he can throw that ball the way he does. I think they're going to end up winning a close game here. And Seattle really 1-4 in the last 5 weeks. It's kind of like on a slump, and they're giving up 30 points a game in this 5-game stretch. That defense is shaky.
Washington got lucky last week. There's no doubt about it. The Hail Mary, and they win the game. Now they play the Giants. They're on the road. To me, it's just another step for Jaden Daniels to win a road divisional game. It should be able to do it, but these are the tests that, to me, he has to pass, Pat.
And I think he's accepting the challenge. And I think the guy is, older than his years. He handles himself like a true pro. He prepares like a pro. I think the guy will come in here with a razor focus. He's going to deal with a defense that can be problems for him. But I do think that they have enough weapons. And I talk to Dan Quinn every week, too. He just said, I don't even have to tell these guys, let it go. The old 24-hour rule. He goes, they let it go. Terry McLaurin is the leader. They have let that go. Those guys that have been there a while with all the losing, they're so fired up about the winning. They don't want to screw this up. And they know they have a young quarterback that can win. I would think Washington will beat these guys. And I would give you the 3 or 4 points, whatever that turns into.
The Giants, I believe, have one offensive touchdown on their last 44 drives at home. One. However, when these teams played earlier in the year, I mean, the Giants didn't have their kicker, so they hardly punted. And Washington didn't punt at all. It'll be very interesting what kind of a game we have between the Commanders and the Giants.
Yeah, and Washington only punted 4 times last week in a big-time game. So I like a lot of those things you said. I like the running game as well. Washington's rush offense for the last 5 weeks is 865 yards. That's 173 a game. They will run the ball against these. Now, they're not going to run it for 173, not against that big tackle inside, but they'll get 100 yards rushing.
Anything you see, like you give the Jags any sort of shot against the Eagles?
Eagles are finally starting to play better. You know, I call them the underachievers right up to about 2 weeks ago because they have a lot of talent on that football team. And their combination of running the quarterback and Saquon Barkley, and I think the 2 big tackles look to me like they're finally in shape. They'll make it rough on Trevor Lawrence. I would not take them. I like Philadelphia, who, by the way, mathematically is staring right at Washington. They think they can get them.
Oh, no doubt. I mean, they think they win out. They'll win that division. They're tied in the loss column. Quickly, Jags at Philly, you don't give Jags much of a shot. Well, how about Bucks Monday night, Dolphins Sunday?
No, the Buck game, you know, first off, we're all waiting for Kansas City to lose because they play like they might lose. I asked the guys question, name the quarterback who this year has only had 1 300-yard game, only 3 touchdown passes, 1 interception at least every game, and sacked 12 times. He couldn't guess. I said, it's Mahomes. So he's got Kelsey coming alive for him. So I'm not betting against Kansas City once this year. I should be right 15 times.
He's Pat Kirwan, NFL Radio Moving the Chains, weekdays 3 to 7, Saturdays 2 to 5. Then on Sundays, he's helping put the NFL Today show together. Pat joining us once again on the American Paint Supplies hotline, courtesy of Pinchers. Tampa to Key West, all points in between. Pinchers, where you can't fake fresh. Pat, have a great weekend. You're heading south next week to Florida. We'll talk to you then.
Take care, guys. Thank you. Talk to you next week.
Pat Kirwan joining us once again here on Miller and Moulton. We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever, are steadily adding affiliates, yet we only have a few sponsors. And if that doesn't change, we can't continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or contact Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Jeez. Well, there's no doubt, Ambient. We said with going into this 3-game stretch at the beginning of the week, if you're Denver, if we say to you right now, would you take 1 and 2? Would you take it? That you come out of this stretch, you're 6 and 5. Would you take it?
Little Pop-Tart there, David?
Mm-hmm. You game, sir?
Yeah.
Thank you, Clark.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Home stretch for half our audience. The 9-minute bonus hour for the 239 and the 904 awaits at the top of the hour. Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miss any part of the show, like we just did 2 segments with Pat Kirwan. Earlier, we had Lee Sterling make his picks. Go to MillerandMoulton.com. Download what you miss. And you can follow us on X at Miller_Moulton. What's your lead against me now? Picking just straight up winners in the NFL? It's like 8, isn't it?
Yeah, it's getting to the point where you're going to have a hell of a second half, David.
Because we were, tied, +1, -1. And last 3 weeks, you've gone like +2, +2, +3. So my hunches are Not worth the hunch, if you know what I mean.
All right, well, let's pick the games. Let's start with one that I know you already picked, Buffalo. I'm going to do it with you, Miami and Buffalo. I don't see how the Dolphins, who don't beat good teams, do it this week on the road.
Well, here's the only thing I'll say. I have been amazed at what the Bills have been able to do defensively, because I don't like their back 4, 5, 6. I really don't. I don't know how they have kept other teams down the way they have. They've bent, but they haven't broken very much. In theory, Mark, I mean, Tua, those two wide receivers, Jonnu Smith. I mean, shouldn't this be a really bad matchup for Buffalo? But then again, they played earlier in the year, and it turned out not to be. I go back to coaching once again. I mean, Mike McDaniel has seen Buffalo's defense. This is the worst personnel he's ever faced in a Buffalo defense. If he can't take advantage of this defense in good weather, there's no talk of bad weather in Buffalo. I mean, this is come on, you're getting the game at Buffalo the first Sunday in November. Come on, that's pretty damn good. You usually face these guys in December and January. Honestly, this needs to be a week where that offense produces 24, 27, 28, 31 points.
It should. As you mentioned, the back seven, not very good for Buffalo, and they don't sack the quarterback either. They're a middle-of-the-pack sack team. They're about 16th in the league as far as sacks per game. So in theory, David, you're right. Miami's offense should be able to generate points. Can they stop Buffalo from generating points on the other side, though? Because Miami has no pass rush to speak of.
And the Bills have scored 230 points in 8 games. They're averaging almost 29 points a game. The Dolphins, meanwhile, are they the lowest scoring team in the league? Now, granted, they played most of the year without Tua and what have you, but I believe the Dolphins are the only team in the league yet to score 100 points. They're averaging 14 points a game. I mean, come on. I mean, one team averages 29, the other team averages 14. How much confidence that you have that Miami's going to hold Buffalo much below their season average? So it's on you, Mike. You're the offensive guru. You got a healthy complement of guys. All right. Your running backs are as healthy as they've been all year. You got your 2 wide receivers. You got Jonnu Smith established, and you got Tua. And you know the defensive scheme that you're going to face because you faced them 6 times, including once in the playoffs. And they haven't changed their scheme in 7 years. Put up or shut up time, dude. If you lose this week, you better lose 31-28, 35-31.
Denver and Baltimore. While I picked Denver with the points, I don't have enough guts to pick them outright. I just don't think that Baltimore beats them by 9. I think the number's too big, but I think Baltimore wins the football game. I think it's going to be a close game. I actually think this game may have a few more points than people expect because Baltimore's defense is not that good. And I think Baltimore will be able to run the football. I see this game being in the mid-20s.
It's difficult for me to see the Ravens losing 2 weeks in a row. I'm very impressed with what Denver has done defensively. I thought Pat Kirwan's stat, though, when analyzing this game, Denver's 4-0 when they hold a team to less than 100 yards rushing. They're 1-3 when a team rushes for 100 or more yards. Do we really think the Ravens are not going to run for 100? This, to me, is the first time that Denver's played a heavyweight during this run of, winning 5 out of 6. I mean, they're going to have the Chiefs coming up. Then they're going to have Atlanta. I just think this might be a little too much to ask for Denver too early.
Las Vegas at Cincinnati. We've talked about the Jets on the show with their win and the schedule and what's ahead of them. Cincinnati, if they have any shot at making the postseason, they have to win this game. They will win this game, but I'm not sure how much of a shot they have at the postseason because they're on the road for Baltimore the next week on a Thursday, but I do like Cincinnati in this spot.
All right, let me ask you this. Do we think Minshew can take advantage of the Bengals defense? Because they're bad defensively, but the Raiders are not good offensively. I mean, you go back after they beat Baltimore. and he played a terrific fourth quarter. But between him and O'Connell, this team's averaging like 18 points a game since that week 3 win. I just can't bet the Raiders because I just don't think that they'll score enough. And I do think Cincy will score between 24 and 31.
These next 2 games, we're obligated to pick winners, but we're not obligated to talk much about the games, David. New England at Tennessee. Who do you like? Right. That's exactly what I was thinking.
Give me Tennessee. They haven't won at home. I don't know if the Patriots can win 2 in a row. I don't know. I don't know why I'm doing this. The Titans have been an absolute disaster, and they've been a turnover. Just they're getting paid by the turnover seemingly. But give me Tennessee.
I'll take New England. They're playing harder. They're playing better. Tennessee, as you mentioned, no, it doesn't matter who plays quarterback. They turn it over with alarming regularity, as they say, David. New Orleans at Carolina. Another game that the NFL is required to play, but you're not required to watch or pay attention to.
Well, Carr coming back for the Saints, but Dalton not coming back for Carolina. Big edge at quarterback, New Orleans. They're the better team. Give me the Saints.
Yeah, they beat him by 600 the first time they played. They'll beat him again this time. Dallas at Atlanta. I took Dallas and the points. I'm calling for the upset here. Dallas is desperate. I think they win the football game.
Do you know Dallas has played 40% of the season trailing? There's only one other team that's trailed for more when they've been on offense, and that's Carolina. All right. Dallas, worst rushing attack in the league. I agree with Pat. I think they're a one-trick pony, and I don't think Dak and CD can beat Atlanta by themselves. Give me the Falcons.
You already took the Chargers -1.5, so I think you're taking them outright. Bad Jameis is what you're calling for. I just think the physicality of the Chargers defense will be anything that Cleveland cannot handle, and they'll run the football effectively. The Chargers starting to get right. I like it. I like the Chargers in this game as well, David.
Jameis had 3 passes last week that were in the hands of Ravens defenders, and none of them caught. This Chargers defense much better than Baltimore's. Give me the Chargers.
Washington at the Giants. What do you think?
This is my worst pick of the week because there is not much reasoning that I can put behind this pick. But the Giants should have won the first game. If they had a healthy kicker, because their kicker tore his hamstring on the opening kickoff, they would have won the game. I also think that between the Giants, who I don't know if they allowed a touchdown when they played the Commanders the first time, and between the Bears with their blitz-heavy attack last week, keeping Washington out of the end zone until the Hail Mary, I also think the Giants are getting truly honked off in a good way. The quarterback's honked off at the coach in a good way. He's wanting to shove it up as you know what, because he knows he's going to be playing for somebody else next year. All right. Mark, I'm going to go with the upset. I'm picking the Giants against my Commanders, if you know what I mean, because nobody's been higher on the damn Commanders outside the DMV than me.
Yeah, I'll just pick quarterbacks here. The best quarterback plays for Washington. I think they learned a little bit last week on how to win and all the things they did wrong not getting into the end zone. They'll get it into the end zone against the Giants. I'll take the Commanders. Jacksonville at Philadelphia. Jacksonville's not right. And Philadelphia, as Pat said, they're starting to figure it out. They can run the ball with the quarterback. They can run the ball with Barkley. I like the Eagles in this game. Don't know if they'll be able to cover the 7.5. Might just be 7, but I like Philadelphia.
All right, this is very wonky of me. So the Jags are the second worst defense against play action in the NFL. The Eagles are the number 1 team when they use play action. Here's the crux. They use play action the 3rd least amount of times of all the teams in the NFL. Don't you think if you're in the room assembling the game plan, you have to say, hey, this needs to be a heavy play action week for us, okay? Because they're terrible at it. And when we do it, we're really good, which makes sense because they're such a good running team. So they should be terrific with play action. I think the Eagles make big plays in the passing game this week and win.
Chicago at Arizona. Do you think what happened to the Bears is enough to really put a hindrance on the rest of their season?
Yes, but to me, this is a matchup game. And in a way, they played Kyler Murray last week. Now, I think Daniels will be a better player, but, the difficulty in Murray is not him as the thrower. It's him getting out of the pocket and running. Well, the Bears just played that style last week, and I actually think that will help them this week. Also, Arizona's defense is bad. It is. The offensive coordinator who made the horrible goal line call, he's got something to prove this week. DJ Moore's called out his coaching staff and his team. Mark, I actually think that the Bears rally. I do. If they don't, I think it's a very bad sign. But from a matchup standpoint, I really like the Bears X's and O's in this game.
The other side of this, there's so many Chicago people in Arizona, this will damn near be a 50-50 crowd. It's not like Arizona has any sort of home field advantage in this game. Give me the Bears. I think I'm with you. I think Caleb Williams has a big game throwing the football. He's going to throw for a couple of touchdowns, and they're going to come out of this with the win. Rams at Seattle. Great game in the NFC West. Very under-the-radar game, David. I don't think people are paying enough attention to this one.
Agreed, because it's the NFC West. Listen, my love affair for Stafford. I do think Nakua is going to play, so the Rams receivers will actually be healthier than the Seahawks receivers. I think there's a big coaching mismatch in this game with McVay. Stafford's never lost to the Seahawks. Give me the Rams.
I'll take the Rams as well. I think Stafford, and now that he's got both of his receivers there, he seemed to has a little bit of life in what they're doing, and they can run the football as well. So I just think the only thing that could really help Seattle is that crowd does a big deal. So I think the Rams have to get off to a good start in that game, but I'll take the Rams. Give me Detroit against Green Bay. I think the fact that Love's not practiced all week, no matter who plays quarterback, is going to hurt them, although Goff outside is not good. We all know that, and I think Detroit can just run the ball and win the game pounding it against Green Bay.
I still have that first half that Minnesota just absolutely humiliated Green Bay in my head. And I think, well, if Minnesota could do that at Lambeau, why can't Detroit? So, listen, I like Green Bay a lot. I think they're probably the cruiserweight champion or number one contender, but I do think the Lions are a heavyweight.
Indianapolis at Minnesota. Does Minnesota get right? They've had a plenty of time now since they played Thursday. I think the days off will help. I think Darnold will take care of business at home, handle the football a little bit better, and I think Minnesota gets the win on Sunday night against Flacco and the Colts, although if Richardson was playing, it would be a lock.
If I were to bet this game, I would take the 5.5, though, with Flacco and the Colts. I do think it's going to be a close game. I don't think Flores can blitz Flacco the way he occasionally will blitz a quarterback. I don't. I actually think it would play into Indy's hands. So I think he needs to dial it back this week, but give me the Vikings close.
And then Monday night, do you give Tampa Bay any shot at all against Kansas City?
To cover, it's just they will likely – I don't think they'll be able to run the ball at all. And so they'll be one-dimensional, and Baker will likely commit 1 or 2 turnovers because of it. And I do think this could be a get-healthy game for the Chiefs offense, too. I expect D-Hop to have a big game. So I like the Chiefs a lot in this one.
I love the Chiefs in this one. I'm not sure about covering the big number, but look, at no Godwin, no Evans, no chance for the Bucs. You need your weapons when you're playing the best team in the league, and they don't have them. So I just don't see how the Bucs win the game.
So we disagree on 4. And I need to win all of them.
Yes, you do, David.
So I'm 8 back in the standings. I at least need to win 3 of the 4. My goodness. Hey, for those in Charlotte County and Lake City and surrounding areas, thanks so much for listening. Have a great weekend. In the 239 and the 904, the bonus hour is next.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years.
Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. American Paint Supplies. For nearly 30 years is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
At Physical Therapy and Balance Centers, our goal is to help you love your life. When your life is sidelined by an injury, dizziness, surgery, or condition keeping you from doing what you love, we're here to help you heal and feel your best. Our therapist evaluation will determine the root cause of your health challenges, resulting in a unique treatment plan customized just for you. Visit www.physical.com to find your nearest location and see how we can help you love your life.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
You got it. Let me know when you're free to talk.
I am.
So our picks in the Jacksonville contest.
Yep.
So they want Ohio State, Penn State, and we both kind of took Ohio State, right?
Yep.
Minnesota, Illinois. Illinois at home getting 3. I think I'd like to take the Illini.
All right, I'm down with that.
We're both taking Georgia. I'm going to go with your Dallas pick because they have Dallas and Atlanta.
All right.
We're getting 3.5 apparently.
Yep.
We're both taking the Lions and we're both taking the Eagles.
Yep.
7.5, the number in the Jags-Eagles game is what they have us for.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, they must love us. I don't think we picked the Jags once this year.
Went 4-2 last week on our picks.
Yeah. We're back,
Which
baby.
I think is our first winning week in that competition. No, I can't relieve, to be honest with you, the Dallas pick and the points is a bad pick. All right. Dallas's matchup. Dallas is in trouble. Okay. We're both betting on this is their season. And even if they lose, maybe they only lose by 3 and we're getting 3.5, 4. So, but no, this is a bad matchup. They can't run the ball. They seemingly only have Dak and CeeDee Lamb. Their defense is, I mean, I guess their secondary is a strength against that passing game, but up front, they got issues. So, no, Atlanta should win. Also, Dallas 3-1 on the road. Atlanta 1-2, 1-3 at home, I think.
Irish football, Colorado would need so much help. They'd have to play in the title game and win it to get in.
And the problem is they lost to K-State. So they're 4th right now in the standings. How do you get to 2nd even by winning out? You know, K-State can lose a game and still be ahead of you because they'll, potentially with the tiebreaker. You've got 2, not 1, but 2 unbeaten Big 12 teams. So, yeah, you have your only shot to get in is to win the Big 12 title, and you got to get in the game. And right now you're 4th. So you need an upset or 2 in November in the Big 12 to be able to get in. Also, final game of the regular season's K-State, Iowa State. So you figure the winner's in the Big 12 title game. So unless BYU falls on their face, Irish football, I can see you winning out and finishing 3rd. It's tough for me to see you winning out and getting to 2nd unless you get some help.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the Diamond District bonus hour of Miller and Moulton on this Football Friday.
Football Friday.
Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Talked a lot of football, as you would expect, college and pro. So earlier in the week, we asked the question of Gator fan. Okay, here's the deal. You beat Georgia, you're stuck with Napier for a couple years. Or Georgia wins and covers comfortably. A little 38-14 action tomorrow. And you can move on from Billy. And 97% of you want to move on from Billy. What are you rooting for this week? And they all but unanimously said, oh, no, beat Georgia.
Georgia.
I'll live with Napier. We got to beat Georgia. Now, do you agree with the way I framed it earlier in the show, where even though they're not at the same point as a program, that the last time Florida beat Georgia was under Dan Mullen? It was 2020. And ironically, by the way, it was 14-0 Georgia in that game, like 5-6 minutes in. And the Gators said, we'll take it from here. Thanks. And just took it to them. But they had Kyle Trask and Pitts and what have you. But if you remember, year 1, Dan against Georgia, he played Anthony Richardson his first start. And, the 3 turnovers in the final 3 minutes of the first half, and 3-0 became 24-0, and they got blown out. And Dan got criticized, and deservedly so. The next year, Gators gave him a game. In fact, they had a great, epic goal line stand where they actually, Georgia had 7 cracks inside the 5 because Florida committed a penalty and Georgia got a new set of downs. And Florida with an epic goal line stand. They just didn't have enough at that point in time to beat Georgia. And Georgia kind of held them off, and I think a late score, and they won by, like 14. But it was the first time that a Florida team in a few years had stood up to Georgia and like, we're coming. We're coming. And sure enough, year 3, Dan got him. Well, I know this, Napier's behind where Mullen was, but Mullen inherited a better situation also. But don't you think that this needs to be a day where it's mid to late third quarter and Florida's within 10 and you're thinking, wow, they're kind of, sort of hanging with them.
Look at, I think your theory's great. The practical use of that theory, I have trouble with because Georgia's getting healthy. Georgia's defense is now as healthy as it's been all year. And I see this much more like the Richardson first game with DJ Langway playing a defense that he's never seen the likes of yet. He's not played in this game against this kind of defense, and they're healthy. So I don't know what Florida's going to be able to do offensively against Georgia. I don't see how they get points. I don't see where the breaking point is on Georgia's defense compared to what Florida brings on the offense. I don't think you'll be able to run around because those two DNs are going to crush them. And I think ATN's going to have a monster game for the Bulldogs.
Oh, well, and that's an interesting storyline in and of itself.
Yes, it is.
You mentioned Georgia getting healthy. Meanwhile, Gators have already announced that their number one wide receiver, Eugene Wilson, he's not going to play. Starting corner, Jason Marshall's not going to play. Florida's played better. I mean, since the A&M game, Florida's nearly run the table since the A&M game. And quite frankly, I wish Billy had the onions to go for 2. I mean, Florida might – now, granted, it turned out to not be a murderer's row stretch here. UCF and Kentucky and Mississippi State. But, Mark, they went to Tennessee and took the Vols to overtime. That's a legitimate top 20 team in the country. And that was with Mertz getting hurt and Lagway having to come in and Napier not having the guts to go for the win. I mean, that's their only loss since starting the year 1 and 2. Both teams had a bye before this game.
When they played against a good defense, how have they done?
Oh, no, they've struggled.
A&M, Miami. Well, Miami doesn't even have a good defense. That's not even fair.
Well, but it was week 1. Miami hadn't been exposed yet, and Miami's strength overwhelmed Florida's, offensive line.
And there's nobody at the defensive line area that point of attack, if you will, defensively, to me, that's anywhere in Georgia's league in the country. I think it's the best front that the nation has in college football right now. And I just think DJ Lagway is going to be overwhelmed in this game. He doesn't throw it well enough yet to beat Georgia.
Well, he doesn't complete enough passes yet to beat Georgia. That's true. But he will take some shots. And I don't think, I don't think the Gators can trade punches with the Dogs. I actually think if the Gators are going to have a shot in this game, they're going to have to take some big shots and hit them. That they're going to have to get some huge plays in this game offensively. They're not going to be able to do 12-play drives against Georgia. They got to hit big plays. DJ's willing to take those shots, and Georgia will cover you man for man all over the field. I mean, this is a couple of Gator receivers here. You got your shot. You do. You're going to get man coverage all over the field here. Go make a damn play. I just don't think they have any difference makers yet, Florida. They're playing better. They're getting more consistent. Okay. They're looking like they could be solid. And maybe that'll work against LSU
or Ole Miss. Right.
Okay. But
I think they can get Ole Miss. I do, David. At home. I think they can get one of those 2 home games, and I think it's Ole Miss. And I think they'll get Florida State. I just think they're just flat out outmanned, outmatched everywhere against Georgia.
Some very interesting SEC games this week. A&M coming off the big win at South Carolina. Ole Miss needing to run the table, but they're still on the periphery of the playoff. I mean, now running the table for them, I think, is going to mean beating Georgia, but they at least need to play their way into the Georgia game in which it's like, okay, this is our season. They're at Arkansas.
Arkansas has been playing better lately, David.
They have. And Ole Miss is clearly not playing as well as they were earlier in the year. And how bad does that Kentucky loss look now? Oh, my goodness.
Dreadful. Absolutely dreadful.
One of the 5 worst losses of the year. So, big
you
rivalry.
mentioned A&M and South Carolina. A&M's only a 3-point favorite in that game.
I know. But this is South Carolina's spot. This is when they win. And A&M's put a nice little winning streak together here. It's a very interesting decision for Elko. Does he stick with the backup quarterback, the running quarterback, who he used very effectively against LSU? 5 possessions in the second half, 5 scores. And when he made the switch, he said, the way they were defending us, we needed to run the quarterback. Well, we talked with Bud Elliott about this game. Which quarterback's going to be more effective against South Carolina, the passing quarterback or the running quarterback? And he said, yeah, I think they need to go to the passing quarterback. Okay, the running quarterback's the one who turned their season around. The running quarterback's the one who came off the bench down 10 against LSU and led them to victory. So that, and, Mark, we get into this, X's and O's versus the room versus the huddle. The backup quarterback may have the room in the huddle. And the other guy may be a better matchup in this game. Who do you go with?
A&M showed the ability that they can win with both, that they can pull a quarterback and bring someone in and have it be as seamless as possible when playing 2 quarterbacks. I actually see a situation where both play. I'd start the thrower.
How much of a shot you give your Spartans against Indiana? The starter's back. He had the surgery 11 days ago on his throwing thumb. He didn't play last week. Indiana at Michigan State. Hoosiers with a chance to start, I believe, 9-0. They've never been 9-0.
David, they're playing for the old brass spittoon. And when you have a bucket you can spit in, you throw the records out in a game like that.
How many of these games does Michigan State have?
2. The Indiana game, 3. The Penn State game for the land-grant trophy, the worst trophy in all trophy games in the nation. Not close, not arguable. They're not rivals. They never will be rivals. They were just founded on the same Land-Grant Act of 1865 or whatever the hell it was.
Well,
and so they put some stupid trophy on it. Michigan State and Indiana aren't rivals. The other one's the Paul Bunyan Trophy, the Michigan State game. So they have 3 trophy games, of which only one matters, and that's the one against the University of Michigan. But I give Sparty a shot.
I do too.
I just think Indiana could be looking ahead a little bit.
I don't think that. I'm actually all in on the coach, the quarterback. Half the team, Mark, came with the coach from James Madison there. I'm actually, it's just they're playing with expectations for the first time ever. That, to me, is can they handle it? You're the favorite now. You're on the road in conference play.
Michigan State moved it against Michigan in the first quarter pretty easily and then fell apart in that game. I don't know how good Indiana's defense is. And I like Sparty's quarterback because he presents the running element, which can cause defenses problems. So I give Sparty a fighting chance in this game. I think Indiana wins, but I give Sparty a fighting chance. I'd probably take the points.
I think Michigan, by the way, his quarterback situation is so messed up that I don't think they can beat Oregon. I don't. And they're a 14.5-point home dog?
At home, right.
Right. I just don't. You're going to have to score some points to beat Oregon. And come on. Michigan defense is good. Their front line's good. But Oregon's a lot more physical than you think. So we both like the Ducks comfortably. Miller and Moulton. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap today was the day when. It's all 25 minutes away.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower is so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
This is Miller and Moulton.
A lot of pressure today, David.
Why is that?
Playing golf, and I got to get to Maddie in time for the little after school not to be closed.
Oh, so you guys got to move it along.
Yeah, I need a 4 hour. I really could use a 350 today.
Well, tell everybody.
That's the group in front of you that you got to watch out for. So for all of you who still carry cash, does your cash have to be organized? Does it have to be the same way? Can it be a jumbled mess?
No, absolutely not. No, bills all have to be looking the same way. I have to be able to see the face on the dollar bill. And also in my wallet, they have to go in order from lowest, from ones going back to highest. So, and I usually don't keep anything higher than 20, but no, drives me crazy. My wife, all her bills are crumpled. They're in quarters. They're folded. They're thrown into her purse. Every now and then we play a game in which I go, "Hey, do me a favor, go through your purse, over or under $30 in terms of money she does not have in her money little part of the purse." And she goes through her purse and we play, How much money does she have? Over under $30. Oh, look at this. Here's a 10. Oh, look at this. Yeah.
Because my money was a mess and it drove me crazy there.
I play a game with her in which I say, everything over 30 you give to me. No, no, no. I go, well, then take better care of the money. You always say you don't have money. I know you have money.
I was organizing my bills because they were a mess.
Yep, I'm with you, Despicable D.
Daughter had the all-time candy haul last night, but the bus president, one person gave a $1 bill. That made her more excited than any candy that she got.
Really?
She loves cash.
Interesting. So one of our listeners texted me in which he said, listen, you're appreciative of some R&D. Let me give you some Halloween R&D. Okay. Or as he called it, a little market research for you guys tonight. 3 bowls of options, chocolate, fruity, and Cheez-Its. Which do you think won?
Fruity.
Cheez-Its, he said, by a wide margin.
Wow.
Yeah, Adam, I do it the opposite way. I hide the big bills with the ones.
Why do Canadians get out of their car and eat fast food at picnic areas? That's nuts.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Miller and Moulton, MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. We have not talked about this today. And by the way, good, bad, and ugly, what's on tap today was the day when. A couple final thoughts, a pick or two, all coming up. So we were on Monday outraged. And I love our fake outrage in America. We don't get outraged about the stuff we should be outraged about. We just accept it. Okay. We get really upset about the stuff that means virtually nothing. I love internet outrage. Talk radio outrage. All right, I'm done. I know it's my 15 seconds for the day. So everybody, America was outraged. The Bears defensive back, okay, showboating to the crowd, blowing his assignment, helping to lead to them screwing up the Hail Mary and Washington winning the game. Cut that guy. And while I wasn't outraged, I would have cut him. Mark, if it's a poll question, boneheaded play of the week, Bears DB on Sunday against Washington, Jets wide receiver last night dropping the ball on the half-yard line.
Jets wide receiver.
Well, I mean, they're both epic.
Yeah, but
screw-ups.
They are. But he was taunting the crowd and doing that. He made a bad play. He still was in on the play, tipped the ball the wrong way. He screwed up.
Mm-hmm. Right.
While trying to make an effort. The other guy dropped the ball while walking into the end zone.
Untouched. No one around him. He's going to score his first ever NFL touchdown in a tie game, 0-0 at the time, also mid-second quarter. Right. And he's styling. Oh, yeah. He's got to drop that ball. You know, he's got to run around. Mm-hmm. Look at me. All about me.
First touchdown, why are you letting go of the ball? Don't you want to keep the ball?
Totally.
That's your first TD. You hold on to that thing like it's the most important thing you've ever held on to.
So we asked the question on Monday and Tuesday, if you're the Bears, do you cut this guy? We asked Pat on Tuesday. He said, "No, he's a pretty good player. I wouldn't cut him, but I'd bench him this week. He wouldn't play." He goes, "I don't know if I'd make him, deactivate him, or if I'd actually let him get dressed and just have him sit on the bench all day." Pat said, "I wouldn't cut him. He is a good player. He screwed up, but I got to teach him and the rest of the team a lesson." Well, what do you do if you're the Jets here? I mean, he's no better than your number 3 receiver. No better. He's a good player. You don't want to cut him. But, I mean, at some point, accountability and
first, what does Aaron want? Because it really doesn't matter what anybody else in the organization wants. If Aaron wants him cut for that, then cut him. Because he is the de facto owner of the New York Jets right now. Woody doesn't make a decision without consoling Aaron first.
Well, they talk all the time, Mark. They talk about a lot of things. And a lot of things that even don't have to do with football. Aaron's a man of the world. Woody was an ambassador. I mean, they talk. They like to talk. Let me ask you this. If they had lost, do you think he's unemployed today?
Yes.
I do too. Which is obviously different than the situation in Chicago because they lost and they still didn't cut the guy. And there's no sign they're even going to bench him.
No, he's going to, by all accounts, he's playing this week.
Well, he's a starter. And he is a good player. He's a good player. He's not a guy that you want to cut. But, sometimes.
Better hope Harrison doesn't go,
well,
7 for 120 and 2 tutties.
Why? He just did that against Jalen Ramsey, who's a hell of a lot better than this guy. I got to say this. If I'm that guy and my livelihood depends on covering Marvin Harrison Jr., I might just say, cut me now. Let me get a head start. It's like that Danielson story I've told a few times, in which the DB in the meeting room says to Jerry Glanville, "You do know that's Jerry Rice, right? You're making man-to-man all day covering Jerry Rice." "Well, yeah, you got him. That's Jerry Rice, coach. I think I can play, but I can use a little help. I think I can play. Really? Solo? Marvin Harrison Jr. all day?
Good luck.
Come on now. Is this your way of punishing me?" So I'm just wondering. First off, I did think down 7-0 at the half, because obviously they would have led 7-0. And instead, Houston gets the ball. They go down the field. They score. And it's 7-0 Houston at the half. And I'm thinking, oh, this guy's going to get cut. Yeah, he's going to get cut. They got, they got 2 really good receivers. You're no better than number 3. And besides, they still got Mike Williams. They haven't traded him yet. They can just move him into your spot. But then when they had the big second half, and I'm like, maybe.
It may have saved him his job.
I think it did. I just don't understand. I mean, how do you and I occasionally role play on this show? I don't know how either one of us could be him and do the role play here. I mean, when you've just done something stupid and screwed up, and whether it's a parent or a boss or a spouse or what have you, and they go, "What were you thinking? Why'd you do that?" It's like Jay Leno and, Hugh Grant.
Hugh Grant there.
Yeah, 30 years ago. What the hell were you thinking? I make a dadgum good point, Jay.
I thought it was going to cost him the game.
I don't understand. Belichick had 2 rules around the goal line. First off, you could not extend the ball. Said absolutely not, under no circumstances can you extend the ball away from your body to try to cross the goal line. And number 2, it was you got to run it through the back of the end zone. Get to the back of the end zone, you can do whatever you want with the ball. Spike it, throw it in the crowd, hand it to an official, whatever, keep it. but he's got 2 rules around the goal line and the end zone. We had Lee Sterling on the show, 2.5 hours ago. And during the commercial break, and for those that don't follow us on Twitch, you missed this conversation. And I don't think we're speaking out of school when we reveal this, but Lee Sterling, and granted, Lee's, I think, he's our age, late 50s, early 60s. Okay. And Lee just said, how would a Shula, a Parcells, a Lombardi, a Hallis, a Ditka, how would they handle this?
They would have cut guys.
I mean, Parcells cut his number 1 wide receiver for falling asleep in a team meeting. They had lost 3 out of 4. They were 11-3, by the way. He had played for him for 7 years. He was their number 1 wide receiver. He cut him because he felt the team needed a jolt, and this guy gave him an excuse, fell asleep in a team meeting. Cut him. And trust me, they didn't have anybody to replace him. And he didn't care.
It's mind-boggling to me that it still happens, David. It's happened so much that you would think it would just end.
Mark, I have to admit, I've never scored a touchdown, but I really think I could be able to tell the goal line from the end line. I mean, I really, and like you said, why is he in a hurry to give up the ball? He'd never scored before. I don't get it. I don't get it at all. It'd be really hard. And I know I'm the interim coach with the Jets. I'm old brick. I want to cut the guy. I want to cut the guy.
I don't get how it still happens. It could be today's version of the good, the bad, and the ugly, but we've got other stories for that, and it's next right here on Miller and Moulton.
Cigar Bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous Cigar Bar.
At Physical Therapy and Balance Centers, our goal is to help you love your life. When your life is sidelined by an injury, dizziness, surgery, or condition keeping you from doing what you love, we're here to help you heal and feel your best. Our therapist evaluation will determine the root cause of your health challenges, resulting in a unique treatment plan customized just for you. Visit www.physical.com to find your nearest location and see how we can help you love your life.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When you enter the Diamond District, you will quickly discover what makes Jason and Todd so unique to Southwest Florida. Within the walls of the Diamond District, you'll find many of America's top jewelry designers who have chosen the Diamond District as their authorized representative in Southwest Florida. Takori, Fana, A. Jaffe, Veragio, Christopher Designs, Shy Creations, Henri Dossi, all names synonymous with excellence, and all proudly showcased at the Diamond District. This is Miller and Moulton.
What's he talking about? The text we got. Do you have any idea?
I hadn't seen it. Is this trade rumors?
I guess. I didn't even see that Banchero's out for like 6 weeks.
What?
Yeah, oblique. Torn oblique in the Chicago game. Out indefinitely.
Wow. He scored 30.
Correct.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour, 16 until we're out of here. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks to American Paint Supplies, proud sponsor of our hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs, American Paint Supplies. Hey, before you hit the button, so 21 years ago, Bartman, quote, interfered with Moises Alou, even though the ball was in the stands, and he had to leave the country. And even after the Cubs won the World Series, he didn't feel it was safe enough for him to come back. The two yahoos at the Yankee game are going to get like endorsements and a podcast. I mean, don't you think things are a little different?
Well, mean, it was a Cub fan and a Cub player. It was a Dodger player and a Yankee fan. So there's a huge difference there.
And the Cubs hadn't won the World Series yet. And the hell, they hadn't even gone to the World Series in forever, since 45. So, that drought was 58 years. Never mind the whole winning the World Series drought was forever.
And at that point, there was more fight given by the Yankee fans than had been given by the Yankees.
So you think it's at best apples and oranges? I just find it interesting that, the two Yankee guys, the Yankees were going to let them back in the stadium for Game 5 until Major League Baseball stepped in. I mean, Barstool and, Fanboy and other places, interviewed these guys and feature stories, and they're going to make money on this.
That's ridiculous.
And
I mean, that is ridiculous. For accosting a player, they should get arrested, not endorsements.
And 21 years ago, Bartman felt he had to leave the country.
I don't know how much, but see, it was opposite teams. If that was a Yankee player not taking it out of the glove, but if it was a Yankee player trying to make that catch and they interfere with the ball, and it's right. It's at best apples and almond joy, David. They're so far apart.
I do like you working in one more Halloween candy theme. It was very impressive. By the way, I also think we should take this moment, all of us, and just do whatever it is you have to do, because by the time many of us return together on Monday, Christmas will have begun all over the place.
It's crap. It's crap, I tell you. They take out Thanksgiving. It's just left for dead. One of the great American holidays, Thanksgiving. We eat, we watch football.
Not just in stores, but possibly in your home. Some of you may go play golf tomorrow, and you may come back and a Christmas tree could be up, or Christmas decorations at the very least could be up. And your wife will have a Christmas sweater on, possibly even indoors, and say, "Hey, you going to help me with this? I don't want to hear it. It's Christmas." I'm just saying, mentally take a moment today to prepare yourself. It's November 1st. You know what that means. Sorry.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
A lot of stuff today, David. Very busy day. First of the month tends to be that way.
Right.
We start in 1512. Michelangelo's paintings on the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel in the Vatican were first shown. That's a release party. Othello was first presented, Shakespeare's tragedy, in 1604. Another big premiere.
Also toe tapper. That Bill guy, he was big into Happy, Peppy, Snappy.
Right. John Adams becomes the first president to live in the White House today in 1800. All right, some sports. 1913, Notre Dame upsets Army 35-13 in their inaugural football game. The Bruins officially joined the NHL today in 1924, the first United States-based team to enter the league. 1938, in what was regarded as the greatest match race in horse racing history, Seabiscuit beats War Admiral by 3 lengths at Pimlico. Today in 66, the NFL awards a franchise to New Orleans. The Saints alludes to today being All Saints Day, by the way. Cool Hand Luke, the Paul Newman flick, released today in 67. Abbey Road by the Beatles goes number 1 and stays there for 11 weeks today in 1969. Carter raises the minimum wage from $2.30 an hour to $3.35 an hour today in 77.
That's what I made my first year in the business in 1986. I was making $3.35 an hour anchoring TV sports in Scranton. WYOU with you, Pittston.
The Bulls retired Jordan's 23 today in 94. Pat Riley becomes the second coach to get 1,000 regular season victories when the Heat opened the season, beating the Magic today in 2000. And then some baseball World Series. 2010, San Francisco. 2015, the Royals. 2017, the Astros. And a year ago, the Rangers. Al Arbour, Larry Flint, Fernando Valenzuela would have all celebrated birthdays today.
Oh, wow.
Gary Player's 89. Ted Hendricks is 77. Anthony Kiedis from the Red Hot Chili Peppers is 62. Ty Domi is 55. And Steve Hutchinson is 47. What did I miss, David?
First ever NBA game played today in 46. Knicks and, any guess?
Celtics.
The Toronto Huskies.
Oh,
First ever NBA game was played at Maple Leaf Gardens in Toronto. Knicks beat the Huskies 68-66. Jacques Plante, first goalie to wear a face mask. Today in 59. 65 years of goaltenders wearing a mask. Began with Jacques Plante today in 59. He was ridiculed for doing it.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What do you got, Mark?
I've got Gary Christensen, who lives in Oregon. Not only did he have a prized 1,214-pound pumpkin, he hollowed it out, threw it into the Washington River, and paddled it 45.67 miles to set a world record.
Wow.
That's a big pumpkin. When you can turn your pumpkin into a boat, that's a big pumpkin. For the bad, we go to Cape Coral, where a couple in Cape Coral is accused of scamming 2 Colorado women out of millions of dollars. Over 3 years, Nicole and Philip Scolaro stole more than $4 million from 2 women. Apparently, they claim to own a gold mine in Africa and were asking for investors to help extract, secure, and transport the gold from their mine. They used all the money to buy properties and luxury cars. I don't know how you scam someone out of millions of dollars. I really don't.
I don't know how you don't notice. You know, that's one of the big thing with the whole Otani thing and his interpreter. It's like, seriously? You didn't notice any of this? Any of it?
Finally, the ugly, we go to L.A., where a Dodger fan celebrating the World Series blew his hand off while trying to set off fireworks.
Oh, for goodness sakes.
The 25-year-old man wearing a number 22 jersey, that's Clayton Kershaw's number, but he had the name King on the back, was seen carrying a lit firework into downtown LA crosswalk. The firework blows up in his hands before he can place it and walk away. Apparently lost some fingers, but probably not many brain cells because he didn't begin with that many to start. And that is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, November 1st, brought to you by the Cape Coral Police Department. Go to capecops.com, capecops.com. $10,000 sign-on bonus for new officers. That's capecops.com.
Did you see what happened? Parts of L.A. after the Dodgers won?
Yeah.
What
Ridiculous.
Disgrace. My goodness. Just awful. Dodgers will get a parade, but they didn't have a parade when they won in 2020 because it was 2020. This will be the first Dodgers World Series parade since '88. Since the Reagan administration.
Ah, look at you.
Yep. A bit of breaking news. It involves kind of what's coming up tonight. So the Magic are in Cleveland to face the Cavs. Cavs, one of 2 unbeaten teams in the NBA. Cleveland at 5-0, OKC at 4-0. And Orlando is going to be shorthanded for a while. Our buddy Paulo, and by buddy, we just mean he's a one-name guy, but we've never talked to him. He scored 30 in the loss the other night, but apparently, like, torn oblique.
Out indefinitely, David.
They're thinking at least 6 weeks, maybe longer. Ouch.
That's bad news for the Orlando Magic because obviously he's their star. That's a good team, and you don't want to fall too far behind. But 6 weeks is a lot of time, David.
Yeah, that's going to cost them seeding, no doubt about it. They had a real good
It could
shot.
move them to a play-in. I'm not messing around.
Well, it'll be curious where they get their points from because he's their leading scorer and best player. So Magic in Cleveland. OKC, by the way, also in action tonight. They're in Portland, are the Thunder, trying to remain unbeaten. I wonder if Trent will be in Detroit for the Pistons hosting the Knicks. Detroit getting 6.5. Cat may not play after his 44-point night against the Heat. Apparently he hurt himself. And Josh Hart is also hobbling. So I'll be curious how many of the Knicks guys actually play tonight to try to cover the 6.5. But 9 games in the NBA. Don't you have to bet the Celtics hard tonight coming off their first loss of the year? They're on the road. They're in Charlotte. It's 10.5. But I don't know. I'm betting the Celtics tonight.
Would you bet the Celtics more than the Cavs? Laying 8.5 against the Magic.
Oh, no. I'd bet them both. And you know what? I might, A, bet them both, and then B, how about a little parlay?
Look at you going nuts on the association.
Huh? Just saying. Just trying to have a.
I'll use some of your winnings and make that bet later.
Yeah, well, it's going to be a really small bet. Where are the Panthers playing the Stars? It's the whole global series thing. It's at 2:00 today. Isn't it like Finland?
Yes.
Man. So Panthers and Stars. This could be a Stanley Cup final preview. Don't laugh. So they're gonna give Finland first crack at it. 2:00 today, NHL Network. Lightning are in Minnesota taking on the Wild. A couple of good teams there in a night in which there are 6 NBA games. Breeders' Cup's going on. You going to bet the juvenile?
I'll try to watch the juvenile. I don't know. I'm not prepared to bet it unless I'm going to pick a number or a color scheme.
Okay. Because that's your race.
Well, that's the start of the Derby prep season, if you will.
You've got Kurt Becker's cell phone. Text Kurt. Say, hey, who do you like in the juvenile? But the Breeders' Cup today and tomorrow. Del Mar, that's California, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So the Breeders' Cup out west. College football tonight, excuse me. College hoop starts Monday. College football tonight, South Florida at FAU. The Bulls, a 2.5-point favorite, 7:30 on ESPN2. 7:00 CBS Sports Network. UConn, an 8.5-point home favorite against Georgia State. Decent game, at least on paper. 8:00 FS1, Boise State. Get a chance to look at the team that right now would arguably be the group of 5 representative in the playoff. Big favorite at home against San Diego State. Also a chance to see potentially the Heisman Trophy winner, the tailback for the Broncos. A Blue Turf special on this first Friday in November. FS1, 8:00.
We're both picking the Buckeyes for what it's worth Saturday at noon, the big game against Penn State. Going head-to-head with Lee Sterling, who earlier on the show picked Penn State to win outright.
Yes, he did. And he's the pro, so make your bets accordingly. But this is just one of those in which I think deep down Miller and Moulton are actually rooting for Penn State. But, they haven't won a big game in a while. We'd love to see them do it.
Prove it.
But
Prove
there you
can.
go. Until you do it, ...
I have the Dogs winning and covering big. How do you see the cocktail party, David?
Winning and covering, not covering big, but they'll win by 17-20. Miller and Moulton. Have a great rest of your football Friday and weekend. We'll talk again Monday, Miller and Moulton. We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever, are steadily adding affiliates, yet we only have a few sponsors. And if that doesn't change, we can't continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or contact Mark on X at @MarkMiller or me at @TheDavidMoulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks lie peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
At Physical Therapy and Balance Centers, our goal is to help you love your life. When your life is sidelined by an injury, dizziness, surgery, or condition keeping you from doing what you love, we're here to help you heal and feel your best. Our therapist evaluation will determine the root cause of your health challenges, resulting in a unique treatment plan customized just for you. Visit www.physical.com to find your nearest location and see how we can help you love your life.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.